Okay. Maybe we wait a bit. We give them 5 minutes. Okay. Mama do, okay. Okay. So Taona, once your panelists are in, please come over. If you have 3 out of the 4, you can come over. So Mama is coming now. Thank you. Then again, this is lost and found. There's a laptop inside. If you're missing your bag or someone is missing their bag and laptop, they can come over and see me or Omule. Thank you.
My name is Taona Mwanyisa. I'm from the great country of Zimbabwe, um, which I hope one of these days we'll be able to see you in as you visit. I'm going to be your moderator this morning for the session on artificial intelligence and integrity of African elections. We have assembled a team of experts in the area of artificial intelligence and elections to unpack and to link how AIs are going to play an integral part in elections in Africa. And I think we've actually seen quite a lot of these coming up, especially with the advent of technology in elections. This session also builds up on a similar seminar or workshop or gathering that was done in Kenya earlier this year around elections and AIs and their use in elections as well. So it's actually an important linkages between the outcomes of the session that happened in Kenya as well as this session. And we're going to have Saibo Samson Itodo, and I'll introduce him later on, who was the convener of that platform, and he's going to also speak in terms of the follow-ups that went on after that session and building into this session on elections and integrity to a large extent. But before we do that, I've got a bit of exciting news. A couple of colleagues, and I think these are some of the things that we should applaud, because we rarely have these kind of studies in Africa being conducted by Africans themselves. And I'm excited that there is a study that was undertaken on elections and technology, which is also linking up to elections and integrity. And it becomes a precursor to this discussion that we are going to be having. And we have Silva Kayondo. They did a quick scan, a quick survey around Africa on the use of technology in elections and also safeguarding integrity, but not necessarily aligned to AI. So it's going to set the tone for the discussion that we are going to have on AIs and elections. And this study was across in several African countries, and it actually provided very useful insights into how technology can be used to enhance integrity of elections, but also at the same time also casting an eye on the cost of integrating technology in electoral processes. So allow me to call on Silva Kayondo to do a quick presentation on elections and technology before we go into our main session. Steve, the platform is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Taona. Just wait for it to be flipped up here. The presentation, yeah.
Okay.
Technology
You're going to
team.
be beaming it?
Yes. Yeah. Maybe I could also have the controls, whatever. This remote. Okay, good. That's fine. Okay, so really we did this quick scan just to provide just context, because we seemed a bit concerned when you hear of, just cut the text. I think let's go straight to the next things. Presentation. Next slide, next. So we covered a few of African countries, and we see how they had adopted technology in elections. Most of the use cases were around biometric voter registration. I think that's now almost fairly standard practice across Africa. And also we noticed some countries starting to move towards electronic voting machines. And also we noticed some countries starting to use multiple use cases. I think in Uganda, there were even attempts to use technology to transmit results from the polling stations to the national tally centers. In Kenya, of course, we saw that that was also a massive failure. The good news is that in Kenya, and I think in Malawi, part of that led to the, nullification of the election results. Because in Kenya, what has emerged is that because of adoption of technology in elections, the standard of an election is no longer free, fair, and transparent. I think in Kenya they've added a fourth test, verifiable, that the election should be verifiable. And verifiability means that you must account for each and every result that you have published. And also I think in Kenya, the other two important, next slide, two other important things that are emerging is that in Kenya now, the opposition is represented during procurement of the election technology itself. So in Uganda, we've had, I think in the last election, we had regulations, the adoption of ICT in technology elections of 2016, but a few gaps were there that you did not have opposition represented in the procurement, but also in Kenya, opposition is allowed during testing and auditing of both at procurement, that it's foolproof, but also at the eventual result. And then a representative of all the political parties and candidates that participated in the election must also be represented in the national tally centers. They have access, the political parties have access to the results as they are trickling in. So it's easy to compare with the private tally centers and things like that if you had. So a bit of that is what we are seeing. Uganda went in for Smartmatic. It's probably the biggest company, and Taona here himself was involved, I think, in Zimbabwe in Zambia, during your NDP country. He was UNDP country chair. I think they spearheaded that process in Zambia, so I'm sure he also has insights of its own. So you'll see a bit of this. Next slide. Kenge, the point is that most of these companies are not African companies. So I think our local fact checkers, our local initiatives also need to come on board and do some pioneering around election smart sandboxes, even if we start maybe with local elections and build capacity. But also I think this shows probably that even our election observer teams also need to be augmented with people who can, be able to also do some basic of trial auditing and testing in some of these election processes. So even Congo has electronic voting machines. Zambia, we've seen these, Mauritius, Tunisia, Morocco. So everyone, at least from a biometric BVVK standpoint, is that in Ethiopia, they've decided to take the bull by its horn. They are using the National Electoral Board of Ethiopia to deploy. I think now companies like Safaricom and things, they've opened up the economy. We hope maybe they will also have some level of participation in that process. Next slide. I have two more and then I'm done. San Fran identity, this is France, Ivory Coast, no surprise there. We saw that a bit of Western African countries gravitated a lot towards France, whereas a bit of the other non-French aligned countries gravitated a lot to Western European companies, mostly Netherlands and that. Senegal, France, you see there, Sajem, and then Namibia went for South Korea with Miru Systems. Those were some of these. It's important, though, that I should highlight that some countries had multiple service providers, because if you're in technology, you know the two-factor authentication in order to eliminate one single point of failure. You have to have those types of systems. I think that's it. That's it, really. So what did we cover in terms of cost? In cost terms, we saw two countries. In Ghana, the first time they didn't utilize technology, the election cost $12 per voter. When they deployed technology in election, the cost moved to $20 per voter. In Uganda, the 2011 election wasn't without technology. The cost was $7 per voter. And in 2016, we had the biometric voter kits introduced. The cost moved to $9 per voter. So quite of that is the cost. I thank you for your kind audience. I hope this provides some nuance to the discussion we're going to have.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I think this is a very interesting discussion in terms of how it introduces technology to electoral processes. And this is part of a evolution that we have actually seen towards enhancing integrity of electoral processes using technology. And to a large extent, I think we have seen some successes in other countries and some failures in other countries when technology is introduced. But I guess my question, and then probably I'll just take one or two that might be interested in just getting an understanding of the discussion itself, would be what is the downside of the introduction, besides the cost implications? What is the downside of introduction of technology in elections, particularly where it comes to the integrity of electoral processes?
Yeah, no, we definitely saw new fraud patterns around digital fraud, right from manipulation of electoral registers and things like that. But we also saw a lot of, a lot of unauthorized data access. So data breaches were there. I think the cited case where we saw this was in Kenya. And I think there was all this sort of Cambridge Analytica, all these types of, intrusion into the electoral processes which compromised citizen data. Of course, part of the data was also accessed by the political parties for their own, promotion and marketing, which promoted a lot of spam messages. Every day you're getting all these sorts of SMSs from people you do not even know or you don't want to be affiliated with. So that was, I think, one major thing that we saw. The positive that has come out of that is we have started seeing also an influx of data protection laws across Africa. In Uganda, I think we've had one in 2019. In Kenya, they've set up a very powerful data protection commission that even issued penalties. In South Africa, I'm aware of the Protection of Private Information Act, I think POPIA, and together with the Constituent Assembly. It remains to be seen the role these entities will play in elections. And I think electoral data has now been classified as sensitive data in certain jurisdictions, at the same level with financial data and medical data.
Is there anyone with the pressing question? I have one here, I have two here, three, and I have four there. So I'll start with Rindai here. Can I have the mic, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I request I take each as it comes because I have nowhere to type it and I might forget.
Okay,
You're still young, you should remember.
No, I'm also part of Gen Z.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, on Namibia, while they were doing electronic voting, they discontinued.
Yes.
Yeah, they are no longer using it. Then the other issue is also on the influx of the use of technologies in voter registration and also electronic voting in Africa. In Europe, they're actually going backwards, doing manual. Why is it so? And then the other issues on the impact of technologies in terms of electoral integrity. Is it really improving? Or it's closing out for observation and transparency because it's just now the few technicians who can click and change things without us observers and the general people following what's happening in terms of transparency. But then lastly, the cost of elections. Does it improve so it makes the costs go higher? Then there are issues like vendor dictatorship. After using the technology, 5 years, it's dissolute, you can't use the same machines. So is it really an answer to is it a silver bullet to our African electoral challenges? Is it adding any value to electoral integrity or not?
I'll ask you to introduce yourself again so that I can
my name is Rindai Rava from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, no, thanks, Rena. I think lots of things that came out from your question. It's good. Thanks for the clarification that, Namibia disengaged. We also saw lots of failures during technology election, some with disastrous consequences. Like, the Kenya post-election violence, part of it was the trust issues related, from the transmission of results and the authenticity of that process. As to whether it adds value to our elections, I think in this part of the world, we tend to see technology as a silver bullet. Technology can never solve each and every problem. Any inefficiencies you see can also be automated in technology, unfortunately. So if your data integrity is not, well, if you have poor quality internet, you know that the connectivity itself is a problem. Definitely the technology will fail. In some instances, it has helped. There are also some secondary benefits. In Kenya and Malawi, we saw that the opposition was able to get some of this data and use it to challenge in courts the inconsistencies and contradiction. We've seen countries where, because of technology, you're able to see that the number of people who voted were more than those who were registered initially at the polling station. Some countries have running jokes that even the cows come to vote, I'll not mention those countries. Yeah, so those are the patterns that we saw. The conclusion is yours to make, I think, for me. Yeah, I think in terms of that. In terms of Europe and US sort of retreating, I think from the last US elections, we saw a lot of challenges. And for me, I'm actually now more interested, particularly on the panel on AI. I think this US election will serve as a sandbox or as a litmus test to what technology can really do, because you're already seeing a lot of disinformation and misinformation and all these types of things. So I think for any curious observer, the US election may present some case studies that can further advance the research.
Okay, I'll take Jimbo here, and then after Jimbo, my colleague from Somalia, and then my colleague right at the back there. Ethiopia, I will rest and I will allow you to ask during AI, because I know you've got a very interesting question for AI.
Thank you, Tawana, and thank you for your presentation. My name is Jimbo. I'm from Angola. I was there.
Yeah.
I was there when it was in Washington, the global forum of electoral organization.
Yeah.
That's the first time Facebook, Google joined to this event and given a presentation regarding whether use technology. Of course, before that, we already was using technology, but that conference was the 7th conference, was addressing just using the technology on election. And some of us was there also. I was not all representatives of Electoral Commission African was there. And some of NGOs expertise in election was there. And it was 2 days before that election, Hillary and Trump. So, and I will say again what I say at that time. Election, it is a public service. Technology is a private business. Putting the technology on election, those two perspectives always will be a challenge. Now I'm saying that our election become more expensive, and our conflict become such an election. And also, last advice panel on African Union regarding these issues, I strain my voice again. Please, let's be very conscious using technology in election. Because, example, if we see the principle on a voter, those elements, securities, the way all elements that we are observing to say that the electoral has been voted, the secretary has been voted, is belong for paper, person, ballot box. It's not technology. It's how far we are putting technology on this election. discussion of values become this is I am just my concern. So, and I would like to hear from you this how far this, because in Angola they are proposing, they're just talking about electronic vote, and I say no way, please don't do that. Okay, anyway.
Thank you so much, Jimbo. Jimbo is very passionate about elections. I worked with Jimbo, the first time I met him was 2008 when we worked together on the Angolan elections. So I know my brother is very passionate about it. And I think at some point you're going to have a sidebar with my colleague here to air you whatever. But most of his was more of an intervention. And there was a question, and I think I'll pack it for you to answer whilst I get the next question from my colleague at the right at the back there, and the last one from here.
Thank you for the good, precise, and concise presentation about the technology. We understand that the election can be the two sides. It can lead a country to collapse and start from zero, and also it can lead into peace and prosperous. So nowadays in technology, I can remember that there was an election in Kenya, and the guy who was leading the ICT was killed.
Yeah.
Then the counting when the election ended, the counting continues. Meaning that, and also I was in Nigeria, and what I was observing was the use of the technology. Some of the informations were not available. Sometimes that system may not work, and it has a negative impact to some of the areas, turnout and the risk. They were there. I met a guy. He said that my name is not found here, and I'm supposed to be voted here. There's a challenge. As well, also, I was an observer in Gambia. I have seen the same. So my question is, and when you are doing the presentation, when most of the companies that are doing for us the elections, when you're using the elections, are from abroad, how can we get a local African-led own technology that we can depend on instead of, because if a foreign country is not happy what you are doing, they may mislead that information, and the country can automatically lose the direction. That's my question. Thank you.
Later on, let me pick another one. This one is pretty much on what we can do as African countries in terms of enhancing technology in electoral processes. I'm going to take one there, and the last one I think is here. That's it. No, we can't hear you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. You mentioned, my question is about cost. You mentioned that in Ghana, when we use the biometric, and I come from Ghana, so it costs us about $12 per person, right? And then in Uganda, it was about $9. From your experience, what do you think accounts for the gaps, the price variations? You can start by saying it is probably corruption.
Okay, the last one here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marcus from Kenya. My first had two questions. The first has been asked by him in terms of cost variation, but the second one is on the issues to do with vendor locking. You remember in Kenya in 2017 when litigation was happening at the Supreme Court.
Open the servers.
Open the servers. And one of the issues that was raised was that we couldn't, because someone somewhere in France was asleep. To what extent, therefore, we spend so much money in acquiring technology, very little money, therefore, is spent in training and testing of these kits. But we still end up with hotly disputed outcome of an election. So how then would you speak to the idea of owning this technology, that we have control? Because vendor locking is a big issue in this regard. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Steve, I'll give you 4 minutes, one for
Okay.
each.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll combine his and around, I think that came out, I rejoined. For me, I really think if you had to move to a Pan-African solution, maybe would be, these are the things I think AU should be being focused about, you know, because, and this feeds into the cost, because each country now, the way technology companies give pricing is depending on the scope of what you want. If you want just a basic BVVK for verification, then they'll give you that. If you want a whole complete loop, then they'll also give you that. So I don't think every country, what we are seeing maybe in terms of currencies, with each country having its own money, is also manifesting in elections. It's a buffet and each country is choosing, you know, what service do we want, what suits us. In terms of what else we've seen, it's hybrid elections here. Unlike Europe, I mean, Europe, I think, is about 95% internet penetration. In some countries in Africa, you have internet penetration of not even 30% of the population. Now, this affects also the services that African countries procure. So here we've seen a mixture of both manual and electronic registers. It's specific within, I think, the Ugandan election technology regulation that if there is a variance between the electoral system, the electronic system and the manual system takes precedence over, then you wonder why the technology was. But also because of the challenges in Africa, the other hybrid solution we've seen is some companies have tried to improvise offline systems. That, that's what I think he explains, that the counting went on even when the voting had stopped. Some of these in collapsed areas where there was no network, the results were collected but hadn't been uploaded onto the system, waiting for the network to come. So you're starting to also have those type of things. So around vendor lock-in, I mean, you have to understand that this, I think for most of the election technology companies, they themselves, it's still in infancy. This is much as it's been in Europe and all this in the US. In Africa, it's still a new thing, so they're also trying to customize tools. The IP is very rich for them. They are not willing to give it out for free as open source. So it's incumbent on us to make sure we ask for those contracts. Whenever you hear there has been an election procurement in the works, be all over the Attorney General's office in your country to avoid another Anglo leasing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause, and I think that was a very interesting presentation. And I think the fact that it's anchored on practical experiences and lived experiences also enriches the discussion as we go into our next discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to this session. I tried to store a bit so that we can get as many of our panelists on board. I've seen Reverend, I think he walked out, but I would like to assure him that we didn't pray. So you will have his opportunity to pray when we close. This session is going to explore artificial intelligence. I called it, I tried to trickle around it, Henry, and change it to artificial intelligence, a game changer for electoral integrity to a large extent. And it is anchored on the understanding that the landscape of elections is ever changing, and artificial intelligence has come in and it is emerged as a very powerful tool with potential to revolutionize how we work around electoral integrity. And as we stand on this intersection of technology and democracy, AI offers also solutions to some of our long-standing challenges in elections, management and execution, and more importantly also in terms of election integrity. And it has actually shown its potential in a number of areas, including we have actually been talking about results, elevating your efficiency and accuracy of results, voter engagement, issues around security of electoral processes, your streamlining of voter registration processes, just we've been talking about. and cross-verification of election results and all those. And what I like about it is also is the fact that you are able to bring in the oversight of electoral processes using AIs to a large extent. And this borders well with organizations that provide oversight of electoral processes to a large extent. And I've actually written extensively around that in terms of how you can use AI in election observation. But also, like we noted with technology in election, there's also the downside. And I mean, the spread of disinformation, misinformation, issues around just overall trust in electoral processes. I mean, if we are following the American election, we would actually see quite a lot in terms of what's happening to AIs and their use in dis and misinformation. So this session aims to go deeper into the multifaceted role of AIs in elections, and also how it will enhance electoral integrity throughout the electoral cycle. So we are taking a cyclical approach in our analysis. And to guide us through this complex landscape, I have the honor to welcome a very distinct panel of experts who are going to unpack and provide the linkages between AIs and election integrity. I have my colleague, Samson Itodo, who is the Executive Director of YAGA Africa. Welcome. I also have Christopher Okidi. I hope I got your surname correctly. I still want to remain in Uganda, so. He's the founder of Kampala Analytica, and he's also bringing in a wealth of experiences around the subject matter. Then we have Stephen Eduro. He's the coordinator of ULEAD Africa, MS Training Center for Developing Cooperation, and welcome. And lastly but not least, Mamadou Dion. He's a computer engineer. I mean, titles like computer engineer at the times intimidate me. But I would like to welcome you. He is with an organization called Africtivities. Can you? It's called Africtivities.
Africtivist.
Yeah, okay, Africtivities. I think it's, yeah, a combination of names. So the way we are going to do this session, we are going to bring back sanity from the reference session yesterday. So we are going back to default setting. So we are going to go back to default setting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask my colleagues just to give a slight overview of their understanding of AIs in electoral integrity, linking it quite a lot with the discussions that we've had before. And specifically for Samson, I would love to you to link it up with the all-important gathering that was we had in Kenya, and also to speak to the follow-ups on that as well, at some extent, in terms of how we are harnessing or how we are riding on the outcomes of that discussion. So I'll start with Mamadou, coming to Christopher, then Martin, then I'll go to Samson. And then from there on, I follow up with several questions on issues that are arising from the discussion. Then we open it up to the plenary, and we can ask our question, and they will respond to that. So, quick overview, 5 minutes, and then from there on, we can pick the discussion as we go into it as well.
Thank you. And I have a presentation about enhancing electoral integrity with AI. And I will talk about a lesson from Senegal's 2024 elections. So, electoral integrity, which ensures adherence to norms of fairness, transparency, accountability, and inclusivity, is vital for the stability and credibility of any democracy. So the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance emphasizes key aspects of electoral integrity. We have independent MBAs, robust electoral dispute, extra. So despite these standards, the Electoral Integrity Report 2023 rated Africa's average at 44%. And I think this reflects serious concern across key parameters, include electoral laws, voting procedure, voter registration. And I think the introduction that the guy came before talk about tech on use in election integrity. And I think that we can go deeper and talk about transition about AI. So, for the transition about AI, technology, particularly artificial intelligence, present an opportunity to address some of these challenges. So AI can be instrumental in improving voter verification, voter registration, monitoring campaign, and detecting electoral fraud. So while AI can act as a facilitator, it is not a cure-all for the deep-rooted issues within electoral systems. So I'm going to talk about the Senegal election on 2024 and talk about some issues we got in the electoral process and how KI would help about it. So the 2024 institutional crisis and election in Senegal were pivotal moments for democracy in both the country and the broader region. So the judiciary and electoral commission played critical roles to ensuring the electoral process. But despite the success, we got some issues remain on urgent need to digitize key process before fully adopting AI. And the second one, practice such as internet shutdowns must be avoided. So I highlight two cases on the electoral process and show how AI would help about it. The first one is challenges in the sponsorship process. It's called in French parrainage. So in the Senegalese law, each presidential candidate must secure between 0.6% and 0.8% signatures from electors. And we got 93 candidates, but only 21 passed these phases. There are many rejection reasons and it's issues on the process and about the candidate. So some reason duplicate names are appearing on multiple candidate lists, name missing from the voter roll, incomplete data, and use of temporary USB to transfer at the institutional. So how AI can help? AI can help in many ways. I just chose 3, and I think that we can go deeper and improve this point. So duplicate detection, data validation, digital solution. That's the third point I highlight, and you can see the point. So the second issue was the electoral role. So in the electoral role of Senegal, we got major issues. The problem was over 800 fictitious polling station, 1,500 unlockable polling seats. We've noticed it in the electoral list. And this impacted more than 10% of the electorate. So this, how AI can help for these issues. We can use data cleaning and verification, voter registration, and mapping solutions. Mapping solutions, because AI-powered geospatial tools can better manage polling stations, ensuring that they are correctly located and accessible. So these are the 2 points I highlight in the electoral process in Senegal. So there are many points we can show, but I think AI can be used in this way to enhance electoral integrity. So while AI promising, AI presents significant challenges. So lack of regulation, because we don't have legislative framework regulating AI, digital divide in Africa, unequal access to digital technologies could exacerbate electoral inequalities. So the third one is public trust. I think the first day, the main chair, I forgot the name, said that there is a trust deficit when it comes to running and managing elections. So when we add tech in the process, and while this is not, there are some trust issues, I think it must be more complicated to handle it. So,
You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, just finish. So, I'm talking about, I must talk about build trust and before AI integration. So I just said that technology can facilitate improvements, but it cannot fully resolve pre-existing issues without building trust. So to improve AI adoption in Africa, it's essential to start small, ensure transparency, engage citizen observers, as we said yesterday. So the conclusion is just we must have visionary government policies, strategic partnership, and civil society to create an environment conducive to innovation and AI driven. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that practical anchored presentation, particularly from drawing on experiences from Senegal. Stephen, your quick overview of AIs and elections and electoral integrity.
Thank you. I don't know if I can be heard. Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And there have been quite a number of presentations. So what I will try and do is just speak to the issues and see if we can have a comprehensive discussion around them. And I think that in approaching the discussion, I might want to start with an understanding of the extent of the challenge. As presenters before have already noted, technology, artificial intelligence, and other fourth industrial revolution innovations have potential for application within democratic processes. We have seen these applications, some of them already deployed in private sector, and the extent to which they can and will be deployed within the process of elections, not just in Africa but around the world, is something that is still an evolving landscape. But as previous presenters have noted, unfortunately, technology does not offer a one silver bullet solution to any challenge. And in many cases, any inefficiency that exists within the democratic process as is will just be reflected in any attempt to automate that process. So if you have a democratic system that is already not transparent, if you have a democratic system that is already replete with irregularities, those irregularities will still be seen even if you automate them. The only thing you would have done is created another complex barrier that's not understood before. So essentially what we need to understand in how we approach the entire conversation is that unless the principles that underpin our understanding of democracy are grounded, then anything that we might build upon that already shaky foundation will not hold. And that is something that we need to be clear about. We have seen criticism already in the Western world. Members already noted that some of the advanced democracies are backtracking on their decision to automate these voting processes and the rest. And that raises a concern about how we understand them and how we deploy them. But I think that it might be important for us as a continent, and especially as people who work in these spaces, to have an understanding of where and the extent to which we might want to deploy these technologies. So, for example, in the US, there was criticism around the application of electronic voting itself. But we may not have per se a criticism against having a system that is checked by deploying, say, advanced artificial intelligence tools to ensure that voter verification is not tampered with. So if you have a situation, so for example, we have had situations, say in Uganda, where you have a polling register that has people who are dead. And when verification begins, they realize that no, you have a number of people on the voting register who are no longer with us, but they are still actively registered voters. So how do you have technological tools that can address these problems? Can you have a form of cross-data set verification? But that type of innovation would require that you have a broadly digitalized government and public system. So if you want to verify, for example, say, death of people, you presuppose that the system that monitors who dies when is also electronic. If that system is not electronic, it means the application is itself void because you have no way to make that verification. If you want to verify who made 18 at the time of the election, you presuppose that your national identification system can track who is making 18 at what time. If your system cannot do that, then the artificial intelligence still will not help you, right? So when we pursue a discussion of automation of our processes, unfortunately, we will reach a point where we realize that to automate one, we might have to automate all. And then the discussion around the transparency of that comes into the question and how we pursue it as a whole. So I think that we would have to explore in deeper detail how database systems are interlinked and how that interlinkage lends support to a polling process and ensures its credibility. Transparency, of course, cannot be disputed. I think, like I started by saying, if the system is not transparent, then there's nothing you're going to do about it except address that transparency gap. And that means that how people participate and understand these systems is also important. If a system is not understandable by the people, it is difficult, no matter how good your intentions are, to justify it. If people do not understand when you start saying, no, when you put your fingerprint, it will scan you and match you against a database and then it verifies your identity. If the person who is voting does not understand your system, no matter how good your intention is, they will dispute it. So the pursuit of building a consensus on knowledge around how people appreciate and interpret the application of these systems is still something that we might have to see, as my brother already said, deeper collaboration between the government, private sector, and those in civil society to build that type of knowledge and guarantee that as we pursue this conversation, we are pursuing it from a position of transparency and inclusion and ensuring that no one is left behind. I think that's what I will start by saying, and we shall wait for further colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think you raise a very critical point there, particularly around understanding the systems that we are introducing. And I think if I can do a survey around this room and ask how many of you trust AIs, I think the percentage will be around 2%. And most of you are afraid that you're going to lose your jobs with the advent of AI. With the advent of AI. Christopher.
Yes.
Yeah, I got Christopher.
Yeah, I think let me start from the point you were making about AI and people fearing their jobs and trust. 2 days ago, I was reviewing a book it's a very new book. Actually, it has not yet been launched, by Professor Yuval Noah Harari, a very consummate public intellectual. And of course, he's someone who I personally do not qualify to critique or criticize. Yeah, but if someone knows Professor Yuval Noah Harari and his book Nexus and his previous books Homo Sapiens, Harari actually says that there has been a battle among species, and the Homo sapien won that battle to become the top predator and that battle was, and the people in the battle were, actually he said that humans actually defeated the Neanderthals to become the top predator. So now AI comes in and everyone is worried. Technology has been evolving. You think humans will just let machines take over them and become the top predator? That is, in fact, that is, and why I'm saying this is because Professor Hariri actually mentions about a character called Ned Ludd. And Ned Ludd was a 19th century activist who was mobilizing textile workers against spinning machines and saying people are going to lose their jobs. And he had a whole movement called the Luddites movement, if you read the book of Kirkpatrick Sale. Now, but even despite the Luddites movement, technology has continued to progress. And from the first industrial revolution, and we are now here talking about AI, which is a fourth industrial technology. So I think as human beings, we should first of all agree that technology is going to continue to even improve. We are actually even going to leave the fourth industrial revolution and probably go to the fifth and sixth industrial revolution. And what is going to be the sixth industrial revolution? It is going to be creating that harmony between human beings and machines. So the battleground for all these things is humans. And I think it would also help us to understand what AI is. I always discuss with Silva Kayondo, and we say that it is important to always start any conversation on AI by letting people understand what AI is, and that is how they can understand their responsibility. It is simply the deployment of computer systems and digital devices that have that capacity to simulate human understanding, actually simulate human intelligence. Meaning artificial intelligence depends a lot on human intelligence. And what are the components? Machine learning. So when there is learning, there should be a teacher. It means the people who teach the machines to function are humans, right? So meaning the biggest work on AI and elections is going to be humans. And if we are talking about integrity, we should be talking about human integrity, not even AI integrity. Yes, because the standard language, AI is a computer system, and the standard principle of the computer will always remain one, which is called GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. So if humans continue to compute garbage in electoral systems, if human integrity is wanting and they pick the entire human garbage into electoral technology, then AI will get garbage. You will get garbage out of the deployment of AI. But if humans, that is why I am saying the battleground. Another aspect of AI is what we call neural networks. Training these machines to have some kind of human neuron brain functionality. Natural language processing. This is the first technology that is actually going to speak to you. We've had a lot of technologies right from the Neolithic, Paleolithic, Mesolithic era into Enlightenment. We have been developing technologies, first, fourth, fifth, to these industrial revolutions. But it is AI and the fourth industrial revolution that is giving you a technology that is next to human functionality in terms of brain. And then we have robotics also has an element. So you could maybe, if you don't trust people, you could also chase them away completely and have robots man the electoral process if you trust the robot, or if the people who develop those robots, you trust them enough. So I think the battleground here should be human beings. And as for technology, we do not really have to, human beings should not run away from their responsibility. And these debates, by the way, I remember when we started the Kampala Analytica, by the way, let me recognize the presence of our board chairman, Leandro is here. I am happy to see him, yeah. But when we started Kampala Analytica, and we started talking about AI, some people were actually asking that what strain of weed do these guys smoke? Because it was, they thought we were talking about something, they thought actually we were high on something. But I'm so happy that people have now embraced the AI conversation. But I still continue to say that even when we talk about these machines, we should avoid the situation of placing the cart before the horse, because policies are very important. You know, first of all, we are grappling with a lot of issues around democracy, systems, our electoral system. There is a lot of distrust in our electoral processes. So if you, for example, let me talk about Uganda's context, for example. Uganda's context, I don't think there's any election observation report that has said Uganda has organized something equal to a free and fair elections, you see? And even our courts have stated it very clear that there are actually irregularities in our elections. But our courts just do not have the balls to annul those elections like the Kenyan court did. And then that is why they skirt around what is called the substantiality test. And like Silva has said, jurisprudence, a lot of sectors in society will have to evolve to match up with AI. And the question of governance, policies, electoral laws, state policies is actually what we should be focused on right now. And then we talk about deploying AI later. Because even jurisprudence will have to shift from free and fair to free and verifiable. That verifiability element, in fact, this Pan-African meeting should actually just, as a takeaway from this discussion, should be that there should be a jurisprudential shift in Africa. There's already precedence in Kenya. If you're a common law country, there's already precedence in Kenya. Because a lot
You have 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. And let me now just switch in 1 minute to talk about election violence, like someone has actually said. You know, technology can be a drive of election violence. And what is important is to address the power asymmetries, issues around power asymmetries. Power asymmetries in terms of even not only power, but even knowledge asymmetries. If you have political parties, because de Tocqueville, Alexis said, de Tocqueville said that democracy thrives through citizen associations. And political parties, therefore, will continue to be major players. So they are building their capacity, because if you have political parties that do not understand AI, then they will not even understand that election is rigged, because it is very easy to just put an algorithm in, just to put an algorithm and say, for this one vote, for this gentleman's vote, let ours be 2. And so you can just manipulate the algorithms, and then everything will actually be shown on the screen while everyone will be satisfied. But the people who will not be satisfied, that is why integrity will require that we address issues around knowledge asymmetries. Let everyone be on par in terms of understanding AI, its complexity, its deployment in technology. Silva, in his presentation, also mentioned some aspects. He said there is need for stakeholder engagement. And then the question of foreign companies involved, like Venezuelan technology and these other foreign technologies. I think our governments should concentrate on R&D, research and development, because, and also trust local talent. We have skilled people who can develop some of these trusted prototypes and deploy them. Like as Kampala Analytica, just recently we wrote a project in partnership with the University of Dar es Salaam, and we want to actually develop a prototype, an AI system that, that can actually be used for certain indigenous functions, which I can actually not mention well here, but I can tell you that there is that sufficient knowledge capacity. Our young millennials, Gen Zs have gone to MIT, have gone to Harvard, have gone to all these technology functions, and they are capable of developing these prototypes.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you,
thank you so much.
Yeah, I was. If I allow you to go, you can go on. Yeah? But I mean, you raise several critical issues, and I think one of them is embracing of either technology or IAIs, and how people can embrace those, particularly when it comes to election. But I would like to say I also read a book by by Stephen Johnson, and it's titled "Who Moved My Cheese?" And it speaks fundamentally to how people at times are hesitant to embrace change to the extent to which it becomes detrimental, particularly in electoral process, if you're going to draw an analogy on that. But it's quite interesting that you drew that, you brought out that issue in terms of how people should and embrace and understand technology and its use in enhancing electoral integrity, but also understanding the downside of it. Samson, your quick overview, and I would like maybe at the end of this session for you to link up this discussion with the previous discussions that we had in Nairobi, and some of the issues that are arising from there, and how we are going to move in terms of engaging on the issues that we identified from that session.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Henry, for the invitation to speak to this issue. I think having listened to the first three speakers, perhaps, and I really want to say brilliant, presentation. As the last speaker, let me start with what are the opportunities? So I don't deal with the conceptual issues because they've been, eloquently addressed. We've also highlighted some of the concerns, but let me look at the opportunities. I think that it's important to note that AI is here to stay, and it will be here for a while. And AI is being employed for our elections. They are already being employed. There are use cases on the continent and across the world. And if time permits, we can highlight some of those use cases. But I just give you one practical example. Now, on the continent, most electoral commissions are leveraging technology for voter verification. Now, as long as you're, in fact, in places like Nigeria, including, I think, Kenya, also does facial identification. Now, these are, large databases that are being trained in a way that they can recognize and verify voters. And one of the risks that that also poses is that a machine can be trained in such a way that it will not recognize people who have tribal marks or people who are fair in complexion. So when they show up to vote and to get accredited, those machines may not, verify those people, and so they could be disproportionately affected. And so these are some, sort of concerns, that have been expressed. But in all of this, within the continent, there isn't any guideline that regulates AI uptake for elections. So that's an opportunity and an area of work that stakeholders and practitioners can actually leverage. Yes, Sai talked about the social media guidelines that the Association of Electoral Authorities in Africa developed. But because of the exponential growth and use of AI, there is need for us to support EMBs to develop guidelines on how they take up AI in elections. The second relates to platform accountability. And let me preface my sort of recommendation around platform accountability with the sort of the lack of balance in the way we're having this conversation around AI. So for the most part, the most discussed topic with respect to AI adoption in election is restricted to information integrity. So when people talk about AI, they're looking at things around disinformation, misinformation. It's the most discussed topic when it comes to elections. But they forget that there's a nexus between, that information integrity and election integrity are two completely different things. And that even though they are linked, but the whole question of electoral systems and electoral technologies and how they contribute to the integrity of the process is one that we need to talk about. And I've talked about a use case around voter verification. Results management is also one particular area. So if we're clamoring for electronic transmission of results and we're looking at ways to open up the results process, then there is, an opportunity for some measure of platform accountability. And on this, I would say that we need to begin conversations around how do we audit, independent audit of AI systems deployed by EMBs. So civil society and election observers need to update their toolbox and working either with tech companies, to hold big tech companies accountable. Because these companies are profit-driven, and they are not necessarily driven by common good. Because the norms and the principles that shape how we work in elections, the Metas of this world, the Microsoft of this world, they are all interested in the profits that they make. They want to deploy these technologies. But can we get them to a conversation about upholding certain principles in the design, in the development, and in the deployment, of AI systems? And that's where I see an opportunity. I think the third and perhaps last opportunity that I see is an opportunity for civil society and election observation groups to rethink our approach and the tools that we use to observe elections. Now, if EMBs are leveraging technology, then we need to think about how do we expand the scope of our observation to the technological tools that EMBs deploy. That will require a new set of knowledge. And so we need to move with the tide in ensuring that we update our own observation metrics, because measuring the integrity of elections is going to go beyond whether polling units opened at 8 a.m. and is going to look at whether technological systems work. Yes, some measure of observation is done in that regard, but the whole aspect about results transmission is very critical. And I'll just really end, by saying that if you look across the world, the most rigorous and perhaps the most big work that has been done on AI is the EU AI Act. On the 15th of September is the International Democracy Day. That's actually this Sunday. And the focus is on AI as a tool, for good governance or development. I think that on the continent, the AU has just released its AI strategy. There are some gaps, but if you look at that strategy, the whole discussion around elections are not highlighted therein. It's mainly looking at how AI can support, governance and the role of AI in advancing information integrity. So this presents us with a huge opportunity and perhaps also a challenge. But when I'm invited to talk about AI and elections, one of the dilemmas is, do you want to leave people scared of AI, or you want to make them embrace AI more? And I would end by saying, let's continue to support the use of AI in elections because it can enhance efficiency, it can enhance trust. But as you know, trust is not blind trust. And so, therefore, there are risks and concerns that we need to be mindful of, but those risks can be tamed if the personal integrity of those who are managing those systems and those of us who are also operating those systems, is upheld. Thank you.
Thank you, Samson. And I think the whole issue around regulation of AIs, particularly as it relates to election, is a subject matter that is actually constantly coming out. And I think I'll come back to you on that. And it's an issue that seems to be driven currently by AI companies as opposed to policymakers. And I think it's also driven by the desire to kind of like protect that space and ensure that their space is also protected to a large extent. And I think we now need to go beyond that and start interrogating how, as policymakers, do we come up with effective regulations that guides the use of AIs in elections? Because as it stands right now, it tends to be very ad hoc. And to a large extent, it also comes in within the downside on the use of AIs in elections. And also the to a large extent, misguided trust around their use in elections, particularly when it comes to integrity of electoral processes. I would have wanted to follow up with a set of questions, but I decided maybe to follow Reverend and allow the audience, based on the initial openings, and if there are any issues that they feel they would want the panelists to amplify, we can do so. And then I'll come back to the set of kind of like questions that I have before we sum up and close. So I'm going to open it up to a round of questions from the plenary, and then allow our panelists to respond to. So I'm going to start with this row. Is there anybody else in this row? Is there a chat bot in this row? Yes, I have one there.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Felix Kafuma from Uganda. And for me, I think from the first presentation, I got disturbed that it's foreign firms that provide AI solutions to Africa. And then I asked myself, how do we ensure issues around data security, protection, privacy? How do we ensure that that data is not abused by the foreign firms? Because they also have ulterior motives. And that's something I wanted to, the panel can help.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll come to this.
Thank you very much. My name is Khame Dibel. From the discussions and the presentations by most of you, I realized that what was presented indicated that there are several opportunities. One, opportunities in the space for research and development. So my question then would be, who are the probable partners? Because it also feeds into the question that he just asked, where he was saying producers are not from the continent. So that is an opportunity in itself that we can then look into that, as then there is space in being the providers for these solutions, for these technological solutions. And that would need research and development, like he alluded to. So who are the partners that we should be looking to grow that space and indigenize these solutions for our electoral processes? Thank you.
Okay. I'll take it to the lady from the commission.
Thank you, session chair. Thank you, panelists. I needed clarification on the case study of Senegal. Yes. And the issue is on the timing for engagement of observers in the adoption of technology. And my issue is actually on the timing, because in our jurisdiction, observers are engaged or accredited probably later, save for those who may want to go throughout the election cycle. Now, the issue now is adoption of technology takes time, the design, the deployment, and all that vis-a-vis the procurement plan. So how practical can we have this in place so that every concern is accommodated? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcus from Kenya, and I would like to ask the thought of the panelists in terms of what would be the best way in terms of the entry point for observers in light of massive use of AI in elections. That is number one. The second question is, how then do we promote electoral integrity, especially in Africa, in the face of AI, but especially in the face of generative AI, which has become very, very serious phenomena?
Thank you so much. I will allow the panelists to respond, then I'll move to this next session of the room. But also, as you respond to these issues, I would, from my end, would like to hear from you some kind of like real world applications of AIs in combating especially disinformation. And I think this is something that we are actually seeing regularly in elections. If you're watching the American elections, you'd actually see quite a lot of this coming out. So how can we leverage on the on AIs in terms of combating election disinformation? I'll allow you to respond depending on which question you feel comfortable with from the start coming this way.
Thank you. I will start with the privacy and the data leak. And I think that for those things, we just, as my presentation said, adopt clear regulation and framework. So, and implement strong data encryption, conduct regular security audits. So this way, we can be sure that we have privacy and must avoid data leak. For observers in Senegal, we just know that they can't use AI directly in the process with the government because it's not all the way to use it. So what we do, they use some application in a not formal way to provide solutions. So in the election, there are an app called Senegal Vote, and people, we worked with them, and people tried to retrieve data, use AI tools to, how to say that, to call population about election, learn about it, etc. So I just want to let you know, as Samson said, I talk just about opportunities that AI can give us for electoral integrity. Because when we talk about AI, we just talk about deepfakes, algorithmic basis, and stuff like that. And I think that AI can improve in multiple ways in electoral integrity. I think Samson didn't talk about it, but in Kenya in March, they shared a report about the use of AI in Africa. So I think that we just had 5 countries that use it AI in the electoral process or ready to use it. And for the rest, some countries said they are not ready or they never use the AI in the process, in the electoral process. So I just want to let people know that we don't have to be afraid about AI because technology is evolving and we must take the wagon and let it go or learn about it, or we just had the negative way in multiple forms. Thank you.
Thank you. I will speak to two things really. And many members have raised concerns around how much of the provisioning of these technologies is foreign based, and how majority of the companies that provide these technology solutions for our electoral processes are based somewhere in France or in Netherlands or in Venezuela. Unfortunately, and I think we need to be clear about this, that is a question of economics. It is unfortunately a business problem. If you go to downtown Kampala right now and you get 25 young people or anyone who owns a shop, whether it's a hardware store, a supermarket, and you ask them, how is the business environment for you? They'll tell you we have a problem. Either because the cost of doing business is high, the regulations are high, the taxes are high, somewhere, somehow, they are struggling to conduct business in the country. If you go to Kenya and you ask the same question, you may have to run because the agency people may chase you, right? That is the extent of how conducting business in some African countries is difficult. So it is not surprising that even in the provision of technology solutions, most of them are not originating from our own countries, right? If people can struggle to open up a supermarket, it would be a surprise if it is easy for them to open up a tech company, right? So until we address those business constraints that plague traditional business service providers, these emerging business solutions will also face the same problems. And that is something that is a larger discussion with how government interacts with private sector and how government enables private sector without strangling them either by manner of regulation or by manner of taxation. In terms of the opportunities for application, I think that we, especially as a continent, it might help if we do not start targeting big things. There are low-hanging fruits in application of artificial intelligence that can be leveraged. Look at things like automated chatbots that build upon generative AI models to offer quick answers to frequently asked questions. So the same way you have ChatGPT, which can give you a response to anything, you can program a chatbot as an election management body, where if someone wants to know which polling station is near me, how many are available, when does the voting start and end, when does registration start and end, what do I need to be registered as an eligible voter? There's a chatbot where they can ask these questions and answers are provided instantly. You don't need a media campaign on TV. You have a chatbot somewhere where someone is going to get an immediate response to a question, and you've programmed it in such a way that the answer is accurate and it provides them comprehensive information about what they want. On the question of information and how the disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and all the other ones that might exist, I think there are also low-hanging fruits there in how we comb through information, especially on media spaces, social media platforms. We can talk about sentiment analysis, which is, can you capture information either in terms of tweets, posts, pictures, infographics, what are people putting online? Can that information be scanned by artificial intelligence models? The information that is being conveyed to citizens is combed through for accuracy, such that if someone goes on their Twitter and says the electoral commission in a certain district is stealing the election, that information can be seen, it can be combed, and the electoral commission can respond in real time that no, these claims are false and they should not be trusted because this is what is happening on ground. So there are those simple solutions that can be deployed which do not per se call into question the trust of the process, because you're not deploying them, say, maybe in the voting process itself, but merely as enabling systems to support voters. There are those small, simple solutions that can be deployed, and I think that those should be some of the targets that stakeholders look for in the short term, while more trust is built in the systems. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And I like the point around simplicity. At times, we tend to overcomplicate issues, which then brings into question integrity of processes that we have introduced. I mean, you look at Gambia and its voting system. It's actually designed to respond to an existing situation, and people simply understand it. I mean, it's the marble voting, you drop your marble and then that's it. Ultimately, at times, we tend to create skyscrapers where they are not necessarily required, to the extent to which then it brings in questions of integrity into our electoral processes. But anyway, that's me thinking loud. Christopher.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think, let me first start by responding on the question of who are the partners to research and development. I think with AI, I think AI will definitely change the entire operating system of the world. Universities must also accept that pedagogically they need to scale up to match up to AI. Because if you're teaching, for example, if Makerere is actually teaching, I hope there's no Makerere professor here, because one time I submitted, yes, I submitted sometime a research concept that I wanted to study fourth industrial revolution in Africa, citizen state and fourth industrial revolution in Africa, and then they said, who will supervise you? You see. So I think also universities need to scale up. They need to understand that the pedagogy of the third industrial revolution, first industrial revolution, may need to be scaled up to match up to fourth industrial revolution. I expect a political theory class in Makerere, for example, to bring us to the debates of Jürgen Habermas and the Frankfurt School on science, technology. You see, because also one thing we should avoid is the danger of thinking that these things we are discussing were not discussed before. You see, because if you follow history, you'll find that a lot of these discussions, in the 1920s, there was the Frankfurt School, which was actually concerned with technology. The Theodors, Adornos, and all those guys, they said, yes, there is need. And you know, even when he was talking about sentimental analysis and behavior modification, today we are concerned about behavior modification. That Cambridge Analytica, Bell Pottinger will come and scrape your data, give it to a person like Donald Trump, and then all of you vote for him, you see? The question of your agency. So I think universities also, and yet when you follow these conversations, in the 1970s, Harvard professor B.F. Skinner did a lot of study around behaviorism. And now I believe even in an economics class, or maybe in a political economy class, in a law class, some of those conversations, such as rational choice theory, nudge theory, all these should actually be brought up and we get these live examples. We need to agree that our scholars were ahead of their time. They were actually ahead of their time by talking about all these things. And so that is the level of pedagogical conversations and debates that we now expect from the academy in this age of AI. If not, then they are failing us. And you see, African universities owe our society a very big duty in terms of these debates. Then on this information, yeah, actually this, just across town, we are going to have, in the afternoon, we are going to have a Kampala Analytica session at the East African Internet Governance Forum, and we are going to be looking at AI and digital democracy, especially tackling behavior and information manipulation, issues around deep fakes. Silva is on the panel. I wish he was also on this panel to highlight on that. But I think even our laws, just like our universities, our laws also need to scale up. Because, like I said earlier on, it's a human problem. It's a human who abuses AI and then generates all those deep fakes, trying to portray Donald Trump as a woman, whereas not, you know, all those kind of manipulations. But our laws were already good enough. Defamation laws were there. But I think also now we need to scale up our laws to address issues of such kind of defamation in the context of AI and digitalization. But also, even our data protection laws have to be scaled up to speak to questions around data privacy, targeting algorithmic use. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. So you referenced the study that we have been conducting. So I lead this research on AI adoption by EMBs in Africa. And so far, we've surveyed 27 countries. The reason why I didn't go into that study was because when you have a panel that is chaired by a senior, and the senior has asked you to speak for only 5 minutes, you try to restrict yourself to 5 minutes. But one of the things we found by just surveying electoral commissions in 27 countries is that most of, and I'll say 90% of EMBs on the continent are not adopting or leveraging AI at the moment. And the reason is it's an evolving conversation. We're all learning this thing, I must say. And so when you talk about the opportunities for research, I think there's huge opportunities. There's an incredible amount of work that has been done. And the reason why we're talking about this to a large extent is, this exponential use of generative AI. And then from nowhere, people just found that, oh, so I can be produced. There can be a clone of myself and my voice and my image, because you can actually use AI to clone results announcement. Yeah, you can use AI to clone results announcement. You can use the chair of the Electoral Commission or whoever has the responsibility of declaring results. Generative AI can be produced or leveraged to actually, show that a particular candidate has been, announced. Let me not go into that. But I just don't want to raise our fears. But these things do exist. So electoral commissions are partners that we should engage when it look at research and knowledge development around this. And one thing the study revealed, that there are reasons why EMBs are not adopting AI to a large extent. One is the issue of cost, because we need to also look at cost. Deploying AI is very, very expensive, especially if you're going, if I ask Chris how much you guys are investing in building this prototype, it costs a lot of money. The other point was, there's some EMBs that use AI, but they don't know they are using AI because of the knowledge gap, because this is an evolving, conversation. And if you think about research and opportunities, for civil society and election observers who have this knowledge, there's an opportunity of engagement between you and the electoral commissions to help them understand, this tool. And by the way, the respondents for these studies are directors of ICTs in EMBs, and not just any member of the commission or a national commissioner that has responsibility of oversight, on ICT. So if directors of ICTs in some cases are telling you that they not use AI, but whereas we know that they use AI, because some EMBs use chatbots, for voter education. Chatbot is a tool, of artificial intelligence, because you have large language models, that have been built in such a way that they access different databases and provide speedy response to some of those questions. So and then civil society, private companies that are driven by public good. And I say this advisedly, because this space is also another, when we think, and the point made earlier, if you think about another arena of competition, another arena of global or geopolitics, AI is also another space for that. So a lot of these debates and power tussle is going to be replicated, and it's being replicated, in this particular space. So you need to look at private companies that are driven by public good, because it requires a different skill set. How can you work with them, think tanks, as partners to continue to study? And on the continent, in terms of AI regulation, there have been several think tanks who have done work around what's the landscape of regulation of AI on the continent. And that presents a huge opportunity. I think someone asked a question about best entry points. I've talked about the role and the work that we can do with electoral commissions, but there's also entry points, for working with private and independent firms that can hold big tech companies to account. I think that's one of the weakest links. And because there isn't any sort of regulation on the continent, the entire space is open for manipulation. And this is where we, needs to engage the discussion, to shape the discussion around the regulation of AI, or what you call the guidelines. Because the debate, senior, on the continent is the fact that if you regulate AI, right, you will stifle innovation. That's the current conversation on the continent. And so what are the sort of the guardrails? And should it be driven by certain principles of transparency, of accountability, of cost, but also context-specific responses? I think in terms of real-world application of AI in countering disinformation, South Africa is a classic example. And I'm sure Sai talked about it during his presentation. What the South African did in the last election was that they worked with, Meta and big tech companies, deployed, algorithms that can track, any sort of harmful content online or any fake information online, and then respond to it. Now, if you look across the continent, before every election, these companies come to the EMBs with all sorts of solutions to say, we can help you counter disinformation. It exists. But when you check the response rate on the day of election, where disinformation is used, the response rate is very, very low. And so when you have X that built an office or established an office in places like Ghana and decides to retrench most of its staff, you're asking yourself questions whether these guys are actually serious about accountability. Mule Henry, you're here. In the meeting in Nairobi, all the big tech companies, excluding Microsoft, they all backed down 24 hours before that meeting because they are scared of having conversations about accountability. And this is where we need to push the needle on getting them, to uphold certain ethical practices in the design, in the development, as well as the deployment of AI systems.
Thank you, Samson. I'm going to open it up to this here and that line there. I'm going to start with Reverend Jimbo. I'm going to jump you. And then my lady down there and the two gentlemen at the back. So I'll take 4 on this line for now, starting from the back and then coming up front.
Thank you very much. As a teacher, I want to start.
And remember to ask precise questions. Let's avoid monologues.
I just want to thank this panel. I find this conversation very interesting, and a number of challenges have been thrown to those of us that are academics here by one of the panelists. I don't want to belabor this gathering with theoretical, conceptual, and methodological concerns about AI. Just last week, there was a conference in my university on the use of AI, and I had the opportunity to speak extensively on a number of issues. But I want to quickly say that when we talk about issues of technology, for us in Africa, I would always want us to rush slowly. Rush slowly. Because if you look at our history, if you look at our elections, with particular reference to Nigeria, when we started to introduce, or we decided to introduce technology, there were a number of issues. Up till now, there are a number of issues, and Samson, as a lawyer, can attest to that. Even in courts, at some point, the courts refused to recognize the application and use of technology in some of the results that were declared. In the 2023 elections, INEC agreed. Our electoral law stated that election results will be announced using, some of the results will be displayed on, what do they call it? IREF. It never happened. And the courts have adopted and approved those elections. Now, we always in Africa like to quickly jump into things that we don't have control over. Even in the United States of America, the elections between Al Gore and Bush ended up being counted manually. So why we need to adopt technology? The point I want to make is that we need to be very careful because we don't control the imperialistic designs. And I had this conversation with Professor Leandro yesterday evening extensively. Sometimes the foreign influence, and the panelists have made mention of that, the foreign influence and control over this technology and the intention of some of these companies and industrially developed countries you don't really know their motive. And that is why I said we just need to be careful. Yes, let us adopt, but be careful as to how quickly we want to go about using this technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the panel and to the moderator. I stand on existing protocols. My name is Francis Chibirige. I'm a democracy researcher with the Afrobarometer. I also have a background in engineering, and I once monitored the elections here in Uganda, I think 5 of them. So what we are talking about today is really very interesting, and thank you for exploring it this broad. I want to agree with Prof that we need to go slow. 2 things, I'll be brief. First is, if we look at public opinion researching, we learn that across all Africa, the proportion of us who prefer democracy is declining. The proportion of us who support elections as a means of choosing our leaders is declining. The proportion who feel the last election was free, fair, credible is declining. How do we use this technology, AI, to drive, to improve, to encourage people, young people? Many of us on this continent are very young, not me. How do we encourage people to believe in elections, to find elections very simple, very entertaining, very enjoyable, rather than being this gloomy picture of something we are doing that is going to end ugly?
Okay. Thank you so much.
That would be one.
That's the question, yeah?
Yes.
Let's move to the next. I'll give you an opportunity maybe later on, but let's move to the next one.
Thank you, Chair. Still, I'm Farida Lule. I would like a little bit to divert away from...
And Farida, it has to be a question, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
At what point would you want Africa not to engage in technology? Because there's some bit where it is really necessary to be deployed, and it will save time. So we cannot totally rush away from that angle. We have to get where we think that we can manage and where the process is transparent, and we see how we can improve. Then for the gentleman, when it comes to procurement, you see how governments work. The procurement processes are backdoor. You cannot even know, but on election day, that's when you'll know that this is the system that is going to be used. So I think we would want to work closely with the EMBs to ensure that from the start we engage and they let us know which kind of technology are they going to apply during the election time, such that we also understand. Otherwise, we'll be there as onlookers. As results come in, we don't even understand where they're coming from. We are just seeing figures flying all over, but we don't even know how they have reached the tally center.
Okay. So issues around transparency on procurement,
yes.
Right? Thank you. I'll go to the Reverend here. AIs and prayers.
Forgive me if I sound naive. You see, I consider myself to be very experienced in electoral processes. With these conversations, what hope is there for us who will be finding it difficult to catch up, for not being redundant, and noting that until the world ends, we are not going to change human attitude. We are still going to have people that are full of greed. We are still going to have people that do not believe in fair play. And now these things are going to be at their disposal. Are we not, okay, mechanisms you, the experts, are going to like bring into these processes that we know definitely they are going to come. Nothing is going to push it away. But we want to know whether there is the possibility that we can still match up in our observation strategy to ensure that we are not blindfolded and the will of the people continue to prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rev. I'm going to close for this section here, and then I'll allow the panelists to respond. Then I'll go lastly on that. I have gone above my time by a minute, so I'll encourage you to be brief in terms of your responses as well. But quick one, I mean, one of the issues that it seems to be coming out from the plenary is issues around confidence on the introduction of AIs in electoral processes. And the doubts that arise, particularly where people are not necessarily informed about how they're going to function. And I mean, it goes back not even before the introduction of AIs in elections. I mean, in Zambia, for instance, I think Peter is here, 2017 or 2011, people were being encouraged to bring their own pens to the polling station, because if you use the Chinese pens in there, your vote will be transferred to the candidate once you vote. I mean, so those little things. And ultimately now we are introducing more things that are more complicated to the extent to which that people might not understand them. And I think that's something that we might also need to debunk. I will start with you, Samson, on that one.
Well, I totally agree with the proposition that there's a great need to, and Prof says rush slowly. I think that is the approach that we should adopt on the continent. And it's not rushing slowly because of the risk that it poses, but it's rushing slowly because there are complex, geopolitical conversations that we need to have, but there's also a knowledge gap. And when you look at the entire infrastructure on the continent, you discover that somehow, if we're not careful, we're beholden to these powers that are in the West. If you look at the information ecosystem, China controls over 70% of the information infrastructure on the continent. Last week, we were in Ghana just to look at AI, cybersecurity, and elections hosted by CDD Ghana. And I was really stunned by one of the presentations. When you look at the map, unfortunately, there isn't time. I would have shown us the map about how China controls most of the infrastructure in our entire, sort of continent. So it's important for us, yes, to rush slowly, but also think about, how we can leverage the opportunities that it does provide. And it's one, to enhance efficiency. But like I mentioned earlier, transparency connotes openness. When you deploy technology, most of your processes become closed. And if I reference Raila Odinga's comments, that if we're not careful, we might end up with computer-generated leaders if we're not careful about using these tools. And this is where we as civil society and stakeholders need to look at how do we explore the opportunities, but the risk, and how we limit the challenges that it poses. Reverend, maybe prayers can help. If people like you continue to pray, I'm sure God can change the hearts of man. But there are instruments and mechanisms that need to be put in place to regulate human conduct. And if you look across your countries, there are less than 10 countries on the continent that are developing national strategies for AI. And so, is there an opportunity for engagement? I urge you, as you go back to your country, ask, what is the country's response in developing its own strategy for AI? Because that's an opportunity, that presents itself for engagement. Think tanks can support governments, to engage in this particular process. The other point is about jurisprudence, and I really love the point being made. And I think that we need, a new legal or judicial precedent on AI use. And this is where strategic litigation comes in. And there are opportunities for civil society and observers here to institute legal action in courts to challenge, or even seek judicial interpretation of certain laws, or where there are gaps, you can employ strategic litigation and force the courts to engage in activism in pronouncing or making pronouncement on specific issues that become case law. And I just want to end, by the point you made about Nigeria. And it's not like the court, with your permission, when this meeting started, I arrived the morning it started at about 5 a.m. And so when I walked into the hall, I came in late that day. Mule took the mic and tried to introduce me. But what he forgot was that people were watching online. And then that evening, when someone came here, what she said to me was, I came late for the meeting. And so why I'm saying this is, I know that this is being beamed on YouTube. So I want to regulate what I will say. I want to censor myself with what I want to say with respect to Nigeria, especially the role of the courts. That, because I'm also let me be careful. But I think that the biggest threat to our democracy is the judiciary. The way they have employed legal technicalities to subvert justice is one that needs attention. And so as we think about this, is how do we engage the judiciary in such a way that they don't make pronouncements in a way that undermines some of the innovations introduced by our Electoral Commission?
No, thank you so much. Christopher?
Prof, I think I want to take a different approach. I actually think we are late. You say we shouldn't rush, but me, I actually think we are late. Because these conversations, you see, I always like to persuade people to tell them that these are not very new conversations. The reason, not that I want to reference too much of history by going into 1920s and 1940s. I am actually saying that we say that there is a very big gap between the North and South. And some of these gaps can be perpetuated by technological inequality. So if a conversation on AI is happening in the global North, already earlier on, he referenced the EU being the benchmark, the EU being the benchmark on AI. What about the African reality? What about our lived experiences? Does the EU CUP, which is the standard benchmark, does it speak to the African context and reality? And that is why Africans also need to take these conversations very serious, so that they can come up with knowledge, laws that actually speak to their realities. And technology is very important in development as well. Actually, this is civilization we are talking about. We are just not talking about AI. We are talking about civilization. And technology is a very important part of civilization. When fire was developed, it unleashed a lot of human potential. And so this is also AI. And while Reverend says there is too much of a gloomy picture we are painting, I also want to paint a very glorious picture. That you see, AI can also be a game changer in terms of democracy and governance, because it will shift. Like Obama likes to say, the ground is going to shift, has shifted beneath the feet of the cynics. So the ground, AI is actually, and technology generally, is bringing up what we call a digital public square, where people are engaging digitally. You cannot go and tear gas people there. You cannot send your tear gas to Twitter. You cannot send your tear gas to AI. So so it is something. It is, in fact, let me tell you, AI is a threat to African dictatorship. You see, and this is something that we should not gloss over. This is something that we should embrace.
You have 30 seconds.
Yes, and the academy should be very serious about these particular conversations. Let me stop at that. And you can take on unanswered questions.
Thank you so much. I was anticipating a quote from some famous author in.
I think it's important that he notes that you cannot tear gas people on Twitter. They will be as open as they want to be, and there's nothing you'll do about it. I think I will say this. Technology may change. It will advance rapidly. I think by and large governments and in some ways civil society have been left behind by private sector because their incentive is different from that of government. But the underpinnings of what we understand as a democratic system will remain the same. That powers should be separated, that the will of the people should be represented, that institutions should represent the perspectives of those they claim to represent, that citizens must participate in the governance of their country. Those principles do not change, right? And eventually, our only assessment of how we understand technology deployment within the context of electoral democracy will be if we test it against what we understand to be the founding principles of democracy. And so by laying that foundation and ensuring that that foundation is solid, any deployment that comes after that, if measured against those benchmarks, can, rather than being a threat, become something that we can leverage. So our concern then as stakeholders should be on how we strengthen those foundations. Because until we have those foundations strengthened, everything else that we build is going to fall apart. And I think that, of course, as the younger generation continues, because for them, they are more tech savvy, as we continue to pick up on these things, leverage social media for communication and for calling out things that they think are unfair. The rise of what we now call social media journalism, where anyone with a smartphone will take a picture anywhere or record a video and raise an alarm about something. And they may be anonymous, you cannot track them down, but they have put a spotlight on something. I think that is something that's going to be important going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So, like other speakers, I just want to talk about issues in technology and that we don't control. So I think we must see AI in election in a continental level. Like EU that uses regulation on artificial intelligence, they use the AI Act. So we can do that. And there are any opportunity for continental coordination to ensure that we don't end up with disparate regulation in 55 countries. So we must invest in infrastructure too, and data, IT, talent to be sure that big tech will adopt what we want. It's the first thing. And after that, I think that to improve this AI action, as I said in my presentation, we must start small, test AI tools and deployment, before deployment, and lastly, engage citizen observers. I think that citizen observers can highlight both the positive and the negative aspect of AI in election. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm left with 5 minutes. I will take 3 from this side. The gentleman at the back, the lady, this gentleman here, and yourself there. Ethiopia, can we have a sidebar? Yeah. Your first question. Okay, I'll remind them as we go into the next one. How many no? No.
My name's Benson from Uganda. I must appreciate the panelists. You have given me some powerful and good insight, and probably to see how we can progress. However, I have one concern, and I don't know how you will integrate it. Just like any other initiative, I see that application of AI strongly will depend on the character and behavior of the state managers.
if you have a state system that is driven by deception and deep-rooted corruption, I bet you AI will help us deepen that. So how do we deal with this trust crisis? Two, I heard you clearly saying, it is foreign driven. But can I even trust the local driven technical initiatives? Where you will just get given, like I said, the character of the state. Just one simple phone call will be made. We have seen with our local things here. You just make a phone call and the design is changed and everything else is to suit. So that's why I call it a deep-rooted trust crisis. Okay. We rather think maybe somebody far in Europe with very strong integrity control mechanisms could be slightly reliable.
Okay.
So I think we need to deal. How do we deal with the deep-rooted trust crisis and the character of our state managers?
Thank you.
Which one comes first? Do we deal with that before that, or where do we begin from?
Okay,
it's a crisis
so
on my side.
Chicken and egg situation there.
Thank you so much. My name is Annette Were from Ginger. I'm so glad about this topic of AI. I only have two questions. That as we are talking about AI to improve the integrity in electoral process, I come from a background of the real people who feed into the Electoral Commission, and those are the voters. How do we bring AI to the grassroots? When even most of the communities in Uganda, that even a phone, the button phone, people cannot afford it. And secondly, is there a possibility of having systems integrated like the WUBOS, the NIRA, to be integrated and they feed into each other to reduce on the irregularities in the voter register? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then the last one, please, can we have a question? Can we have a question? And then we close it out for this session.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Taona and your team. This has been a high voltage panel. And I just realized that we're electronic slaves, because the digital penetration itself is the greatest challenge that now raises some of these things. As we talk about AI, you look at digital penetration in Africa, it is terrible. So my question is, how do we develop a Pan-African curriculum that motivates learning in all schools? Because the challenge now is across the divide in all African schools. This is the greatest challenge. For those who had opportunities to have this in some of the courses they have, they are at the advantage point. So how do we motivate our governments to roll out these processes that are just for a few at present? Because this is where we see, and yet there are capacities in terms of intelligent quotients for African kids to be capable of being competent enough to change the entire terrain of Africa. For me, this is where I'm seeing it from. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I have to close this one here. And I mean, your question actually dovetails to an issue that was discussed in another platform in terms of how we leverage traditional African AIs into this discourse. And the person actually made reference to the village where he comes from, that you don't mess around with the elders or they will send you lightning. And it's part of that process. I mean, those are folk tales, but ultimately at the end of the day, how do we start now looking at the knowledge that sits within Africa to the extent to which it can also build into what we perceive as the colonial or colonialism that is being coming into after via technology and AI to a large extent. Now, for my panelists, I'm going to give you maybe 1 or 2 minutes to respond, but at the same time, sum up on your presentation, but also on your thoughts coming out from this panel discussion. And for Samson, I would also, in your summation, I would also want you to speak to just a bit on the post-Kenya issues and activities so that at least we can also bring the audience up to speed in terms of some of the interventions that are being designed to respond to these issues. So I'll start from the panelists on the first. Your response to some of the questions and your closing remarks. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I will respond rapidly, and public trust come again in the discussion. So I just want to remember that AI can be effectively adopted if deployed transparently and inclusively. So we just have to, when deployed AI, we just have population inclusive, government, civil society, observers. And in this way, we can deploy AI transparently. And I just want to remember that AI facilitate improvements, but not resolve pre-existing issues that we have before deployed AI. So we have to fix these problems before deploy it. If you deploy AI with these issues, we just want to improve these issues unless they resolve them. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will agree entirely that again, if the foundational system is broken, everything you build upon it is broken. So if the manner in which state parties operate is not transparent, the only thing artificial intelligence will do is sanitize an already fraudulent system, and it ceases to be meaningful entirely. I think to the question of the digital divide, I think we would be remiss to think we can escape the question of the digital divide in Africa and how that affects deployment of technologies. Rural communities are definitely already disadvantaged. How regulations and policies of government are pursued in terms of the extent to which they enable uptake of technology is something that needs to be further interrogated. And those are discussions that we have to have going forward. Otherwise, we will have a situation where those who have a smartphone and on top of that can afford internet, because that's also a very separate issue, will benefit, while those who can have neither will be left behind. I also agree with the lady that inter-system connectivity is important. And ask anyone in civil society who does research, they will tell you there's a data problem in Africa. Ask private sector, they'll tell you there's a data problem in Africa. So how systems that collect information and the extent to which that information is transmissible across platforms is something that remains important, and is something that can be allowed to enable this world of big data and artificial intelligence.
First of all, I also want to agree that it is very important to integrate data. An integrated data management system is very important, responding to the question from Ginger. And if we had an integrated data system, the recent census we did we wouldn't even need a census. Yeah, we wouldn't even need a census. So integrating data management is very important for democracy. And then on curriculum, I think it is very important that our ICT faculties also upgrade the curriculum and begin to teach people AI, because these are things that are already commonplace. People are using them. So it is important that they should be taken to centers of knowledge to properly be guided. And the first question from that row, I want it to be my parting shots. I entirely agree. Like I said earlier on, that this conversation, that the frontier is actually human character. It is humanity, because artificial intelligence simulates human intelligence. And so if human character and human intelligence is flawed, will continue being what the computer calls garbage in, garbage out. So let's work on ourselves, and that is how we can then use these technologies better. It is a question of, first of all, human ethics and morality, and then you can now transport the same ethics into the computer. Thank you.
Yeah, just to say that at the continental level, and I've talked about the AU strategy on AI. It does talk about the research and knowledge production and how we need to update our curriculum. I think it behoves on people who are following these conversations to engage in country level advocacy on the need to subscribe to this strategy. But I also talked about the country level strategy. And most of the strategies developed at different countries or in different countries talks about AI education. How do you infuse that? So because we need to understand that this is evolving. And the beauty about evolution is you have an opportunity to influence. And this is my invitation, to colleagues who are in the room who are interested in this conversation, to at the country level, have a get involved in that discussion about the policy and the strategy of AI in your country and ensuring that it takes on board the need to update our education curriculum to respond to this. I tell you, if you speak to academics across Africa and across the world, one of the challenges they're grappling with is AI-powered responses either to assignments or to exam questions. In fact, recruiters, those of us who are employers of labor, one of the challenges that we're also grappling with is AI response to interviews during recruitment. It's a reality. So this thing is here with us. So we need to move, with the pace. But when it comes to issues around elections, I think I want to reiterate the points being made in terms of the deployment. But in having the conversations and shaping how it evolves, we have a duty. We shouldn't adopt a slow pace to that because we have an opportunity to shape that. I think that when you talk about my sister about AI at the grassroots, to a large extent, there's already AI at the grassroots. So if you use WhatsApp, there's AI WhatsApp today. So for those who are consuming it, they already have, they're using AI and they can ask those questions, especially if they have smartphones that can be accessible. But I think for those of us who are election observers, where I see another entry point, now, when results are collated on election day and they are uploaded either on a particular platform or we have the hard copy result, one AI technique that can be used and has been used is computer vision. And you can use computer vision to scrape the results from the results sheets and aggregate them and analyze them, especially if, in fact, there are new solutions being developed in such a way that even if those images are blurred, that AI can actually detect what's the content of that. But keep in mind, like my brother mentioned, it has its precision, but there's also a disclaimer or there's a caveat that there's a great need for you to also verify. So let's deploy, but you still need human assets to verify whatever product that comes out of AI. And I think lastly, around the Kenyan engagement, and a lot of us, Afionet, Ehon, Elog, we've been working on AI and elections since the beginning of this year. And we're about setting up a working group, a regional working group, that will do three things: contribute to knowledge production on AI and elections, support EMBs with developing guidelines for AI uptake, but also promote, reviews to our election observation tactics, leveraging AI. So in the next year or so, one of the contributions we intend to make is to see how we transform this entire landscape, keeping us fully updated on how to deploy AI. My last point is this: trust is not blind. Trust needs to be open, it needs to be earned, and therefore we have a role in inspiring trust in the electoral process, if and only if we update our tools.
Thank you so much. very interesting and inspiring discussion, and I think it opens up an opportunity for further discussion. I mean, beyond this room, in our own spaces, as we continue to unpack the relationship between election integrity as well as AIs. Let me take this opportunity to thank my panelists for a job well done. I would like to say maybe this is probably the best session of the 3 days, right? Yeah.
No.
In terms of
I wanted to protest, but this has been an AI-powered panel.
Yeah.
It's a panel and it's not a panel. And I hope, Harry, next time we would have women speak to issues around AI, because I felt somewhat uncomfortable that we have men just talking about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to our panelists. And a pat at the back for yourselves for a job well done, for listening and taking part in the process as well. Thank you so much. And Ellen, I yield. We can do a photo here, gentlemen.
Thank you, our Manel. I was also wondering why only men are talking about this topic, but I'm sure next time we have women. Yeah. As they are doing their group photo, we are now breaking for tea. This is 11:05. We come back at 20 past, Mule? Huh? 11:30. So we come back at 11:30. We'll be reviewing our communique. Please, we need you all back on time so that we finish by 1. So let's now break for tea. Thank you. Those who have not registered, please do so outside.
Okay, okay. I think like we have always been doing, we're going to have to start with the people who are here. We are coming to the final session. Is Dr. James here? Dr. James, oh, you're here. Good. So we have we are in the last session, and this session we're going to be having a discussion or going to go through the communique that has been developed as you were discussing and deliberating on the matters over the last 2 days. So all those matters have been thematized, and Dr. James will be as try to synthesize the resolutions or some of the agreed points moving forward. So what he shall do then, he shall come over here. We'll hand it over to him, and then he goes to take us through. The idea is that we need to agree with the communique. We need to agree that that is a position that this Electoral Integrity Summit has arrived at. So he'll be taking us clause by clause so that at the end of the day we are in agreement. And of course, once that document has been adopted by all of us, it can be the subject of dissemination in different spaces. So I'm going to invite Dr. James to come over and start the session away. You ready? Okay.
Good morning to all of us. You know, when you be, that must be Sarah. But my role is simple here. My name is James Nkubi. My role is simple. In the discourse you've been having since the previous 2 days, there's so many that has come to pass. There have been inquiries, there have been interrogations, there have been examinations. There's a lot of probably relearning that has been propounded that needs to be done. A lot of changes required in the way we do work. And then, of course, some questions that can't be determined. So there's some things that we need to make a decision about on our way forward from here today. This communique is being thematized according to the program that we have been using for the 3 days, largely because at every end of the day, the rapporteur team was picking these pieces and pieces that were coming from you. As you'll notice, that these are propositions of what probably we think we have captured rightly. It's been quite enormous, over 70 pages of work from the rapporteur, but we want to reduce it to around 7 of what we think is concrete. So allow me to, because we have another 30 minutes or so, to go, if possible, page by page, and then to agree on all of these changes. You will notice that and I will be really advised here from the MCs and ACFIM and the entire crew. We thought that this is a convening of AFIONET, so hence the description, the descriptor. Of course, we begin with the preamble, which essentially is carrying 2 aspects here: the description of who the team has been or the members have been, and then, of course, the values they stand for that have probably been the foundational basis of this discourse. And then before we go to the third part of the communique, which talks about what has been agreed. So in terms of descriptor of who has been here, we took to it to be AFIONET, an independent Pan-African platform for coordinating election observers across Africa to contribute to democratic renewal, obviously elections being a key enigma here, through holding of free, fair, and transparent elections in African countries, meeting in Kampala, Uganda, East Africa, at the first continental session of the Assembly of AfriNet. We are calling this first continental under the belief, again, picking it from what you guys have been discussing, that this should be continual, if possible, annual or after 2 years or whatever, to continue the discourse ongoing, hence the terminology or the choice of word of first continental session held today, on those dates. The second part of the okay. MC, should I do a final or we go piece by piece and we don't come back? Piece by piece. Okay then, so the preamble is as you see it. If there are any comments, we could pick them and see. Yes, sir. Could we continue with the microphoning thing? But
better use the term first summit because that's how it is pronounced.
Okay.
So instead of using session, because in this summit you had several sessions.
True.
But so this is the first summit. Yeah.
Okay. So summit replace sessions because there were sessions. Thank you. Yeah, he's working on it. Unfortunately, we can't because it's wired differently. Yeah, so we shall just capture and then we edit immediately after.
Thank you.
Yes.
So mine is on the word democratic renewal. What is going to be renewed? We have been debating the whole 3 days about the elements of democracy are not even there. So I see this even in the agenda. So are we confirming that we are democrat? And and also the free, fair, transparent elections. We're also talking about verifiable elections when we talk about AI. So we need to introduce and we need to inculcate these things in the language that we discuss. So we want to move from these terms that we used to have for a long time to something verifiable, because we are going to introduce AI technology. Thank you.
So I think the next speakers, you be kind and say remove this for this reason, put this, okay? Because on the question of democratic renewal, we all have different views. Some people are saying we have some progression in Southern Africa here and there. Maybe in West Africa it's digressing. We need to renew it and move away from the coups. So I'll take, for purposes of moving, replacement or removal, like that. Yes, the gentleman, yeah.
Yeah, no, just to remove, now we need a word to put on that because of in a SADC that I'm my organization, the SADC, we have code of conduct to not using free and fair because of this discussion of measuring. Okay, we are using more account and accord with the law. Even in the African Union, the last meeting, a core team has been conclude that this fair and fair election is not is not tangible. Is not tangible.
So we take what?
This is the point. That's the point.
I think it's fine. Please, that's my own opinion. Please, I'm sorry. Yes, and I am entitled to it. I believe the word contribute, it's the key word there. We are not making it happen, but we are contributing to it.
Yes.
We are moving to it. And what I think, taking from him, is maybe after transparent, we add verifiable. Okay. Free, fair, transparent, and verifiable elections.
Okay. Okay. That's noted, verifiable. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Just adding on to his submission, I think then we can remove the democratic renewal and replace it with electoral integrity. So it should then read to contribute to electoral integrity through, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's a brilliant one. So we are removing, we are moving democratic renewal to put electoral integrity. Thank you, that's a good one. Yes, please.
I think let's maintain democratic renewal because we are on the decline in terms of democracy across the globe, and that's true. So, and if you listen to the first panel, they talked about looking at electoral integrity to encompass issues of good governance and stuff like that. So then we need to recognize the fact that we are, through this thing, through election observation, what we are doing is actually to contribute to democratic renewal. And that can be answered through various things like, what the first session talked about in terms of linking elections to, leadership and good governance and many other things. So I think the fact that we are recognizing democracy as declining, then the Pan-African platform should contribute to the democratic renewal. And this can be done through the aspects of electoral integrity and all those things that you're talking about in terms of free, fair, transparent, and verifiable elections. And I think it's very important that we maintain democratic renewal.
I'll take Ben, and then, yeah, so Ben, there, and then I'll pass on that, and move.
Constructing sometimes these statements becomes challenging because of our diversity. But I think to me, one guiding principle should be, we need to be spot on. I always like playing darts. If you make a generic statement that can score anywhere, then that becomes, for me, I would also say that we need now probably, like somebody proposed, we are here to promote electoral integrity across the continent. So I think if we said that, and then the next statement would be free, fair, verifiable, I agree, but we must also add the word peaceful. Because that means those would be the 4 indicators for us of what electoral integrity is all about. So, but we need to remain, otherwise democratic renewal is so generic, so big, I don't think we can bite it all. It is like trying to cook a whole elephant. So, thank you.
Yeah.
For me,
Yes. Almost near there to what you want, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
We're going to go to the National Election Commission tomorrow.
Okay. I think let's gravitate towards his. We roughly go through quickly, and then we roll. Well, so the second part is on what has inspired or what has been the foundational basis of this summit. Yeah, Reverend, the system we are using can't allow us to enter it, so we're just taking comments. Yeah. So the second part of this communique is what, like I said, what's the foundational basis? And under this, we thought that this particular summit has been inspired or is standing on already available foundational values and standards that we're pursuing, one of which being the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, as you saw, which underscores the significance of African states to adhere to the universal values and principles of democracy, respect for human rights, and more importantly, the holding of regular, free, and fair elections to institutionalize legitimate authority of representative government as well as democratic change of governments. We think that the summit partly is inspired by making a contribution to this. The second one is further inspired by, the other one is continental, the other one, this is global, by the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, Article 7.3 in particular, which directs each state party to consider taking appropriate legislative and administrative measures consistent with the objectives of the convention and in accordance with the fundamental principles of its domestic laws to ensure transparency in the funding of candidates for elected public office and, where applicable, the funding of political parties. Again, going deeper into financing. Guided by the participatory rights guaranteed in Article 13 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights for every citizen to participate freely in the government of his or her country, either directly or through freely chosen representatives in accordance with the provisions of the electoral laws. Taking note of the progressive and citizenry participatory rights granting provisions in these articles of the Constitutive Act of the UN, the African Charter again on Democracy, Article 11, Article 9 of the Protocol of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, Article 21 of the Protocol of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. We thought this would bring in the aspect of vulnerable groups, the women and PWs, that emphasize the centrality of good governance, popular participation of the vulnerable persons in politics, rule of law, and human rights and the culture of democracy and peace. Here, we shift to concerns, concerned by the increasing unconstitutional changes of governments and return of military coups across the continent, a phenomenon that undermines electoral democracy, which is one of the crucial roots of insecurity, volatility, and vicious conflicts in Africa, culminating into developmental regression. Cognizant of the persistent dwindling trust and confidence, which came out yesterday, by citizens and other political parties and actors in election management bodies, partly owing to the non-consultative and non-inclusive methods through which the presiding officers over these institutions are appointed, and the feeble transparency that characterizes electoral processes, bearing in mind the inherently digressive trend of commercialization of elections, resulting into ever-increasing costs of elections characterized by, among other challenges, excessive campaign financing that are limiting participation by the poorly resourced political actors, especially the youth and women, further casting doubt on the integrity of elections in Africa. The idea is that not everyone is participating. Concerned that there has been limited attention on political financing issues on the African continent, leading partly to fears of the capture of electoral space for money laundering ventures. Anxious about the rise of technology and the entire structure of artificial intelligence without a supporting legal framework in most African countries, which can be harnessed strongly to influence the electoral processes through fake news, misinformation, and disinformation. Taking note with appreciation the enormous work being undertaken by civil society organizations across the African continent, solely and collectively in providing oversight and accountability of electoral processes in their respective countries through elections monitoring and observations, and the attendant recommendations they generate therefrom. And then lastly, reaffirming our joint will to combine resources and collectively labor persistently to contribute to the deepening, nurturing, supporting, and consolidating good governance by encouraging democratic ethos and practice, building and strengthening governance institutions, and embedding political diversity and tolerance, central to which is a robust and fair electoral process. Reaffirming our belief and recognition that electoral democracy and rule of law cannot be consolidated on the African continent without the cultivation of an open and vibrant civic space that facilitates citizenry participation individually or through civic organizations and political groupings, have agreed and recommend as follows. So this is the third part of the communique of what we have picked thus far, of which we are going to seek your guidance in how to make it better or rectify it. We went by the first theme of transparency in campaign financing and electoral integrity. Urge African governments to undertake a two-tier strategic agenda of strengthening the legal, being the first agenda, and institutional framework that is needed to regulate, provide oversight and accountability in political financing of political parties and elections campaigns. This could take the form of enacting and implementing the relevant laws and policies, providing frameworks of, among other fundamental aspects, punitive measures against vote buying, capping finance, campaign financing, stroke expenditure ceiling, etc. Urge African governments should revise their laws where existent and consider enacting new laws. This is a two-tier, where the existent revise, or enact new laws that are aimed at the reform and transformation and strengthening of the independence of the election management bodies, both in perspective and in reality. Part of such progressive provisions could include equitable representation of political parties in the election management body, including opposition political parties. We recommend also to urge African governments through legislative reforms to ensure that election management bodies are independent of actual or apparent external control. This could be attained through reforms of appointment procedures of election management bodies officers by emphasizing critical aspects such as security of tenure of officers, opening to the public the processes of recruitment of election body staff, and ensuring adequate funding of such bodies to undertake their work effectively. Urge civil society organizations in collaboration with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to consider crafting a model legal framework on political financing that can be a guide in African countries in the effort to contain the monetization of electoral processes. Then B, session B was about regional collaboration. So I've called it regional collaboration and building of synergies for democratic renewal. Under here, we have created other sub-themes, around 4 of them. One being collaborative capacity building. Participating CSOs in the summit commit to collectively study the feasibility of establishing an African Academy of Elections. Remember, collectively study the feasibility. They are not committing to establish, but study the feasibility of establishing an African Academy of Elections as a hub of nurturing and consolidating the global South elections and electoral processes experts, and provision of a platform of sharing best practices across African countries on elections-related emerging issues. The academy could be coordinated by AFUNIT. This essentially is about institutionalizing what has been discussed here, or institutionalizing this process. They need to retool CSOs, actors in the sphere of elections observation and monitoring, with emerging models, tools, and mechanisms of undertaking electoral processes, oversight, and accountability. This retooling is more urgent in the component of monitoring elections, which has been less deployed as a model of elections oversight by actors in Africa in comparison to elections observation. In essence, the most dominant is elections observation, and there's so many tools in that, but there is less when it comes to monitoring. So you people seem to be saying we need a gradual gravitation towards monitoring. The other sub-theme is collaborative knowledge production, which is research here. We have been treated to, a brilliance of pieces of work here, the entire, you should not have been an academic to appreciate what we have been treated to. African civil society organizations and AFUNIT should undertake further collaborative and comparative strategic research, more specifically in the sphere of political and campaign financing. This is necessary to guide advocacy and sharing of emerging best practices amongst the African states. Of course, if the academic thing is there, all of this could fall there. Then collaborative media engagement, craft and implement media-targeted capacity building to build a cadre of media practitioners with acumen on journal and investigative reporting and documentation expertise on elections in Africa, with a particular bias on political financing. Implementing and monitoring election observation recommendations. Urge African governments to collaborate with CSOs specializing in elections monitoring and observation to institutionalize the election observation processes to ensure that the recommendations from observers are discussed and implemented. Here, to institutionalize the election observation processes came or was informed by the discourse that there's an awakening towards elections. The observation is done and everyone goes back into the mood of relaxation because this is a touch and go. And the argument is if we institutionalize, maybe it could be a recurrent agenda. Then urge African civil society organizations working in the sphere of election observation to commit to undertake a comprehensive, easy to access and relate with digital databases of observation recommendations to increase citizen engagement on such report findings. This is important to enhance citizen participation and ownership of electoral processes, key in advocating for electoral reforms. This has a relationship with the previous one, where the argument was that even if you were to go back 15 years or 16 years in each of our countries, you'll be at pains to try to track recommendations that have come all through and how probably they have been implemented along the way. So there seemed to be that silo breakage. Then urge African civil society organizations to strategically and deliberately establish working collaborations and linkages between the local and international election observer missions to share best practices and work towards incorporating recommendations within the regional frameworks, especially the African Union Commission, SADC, ECOWAS, East Africa, among others, for strategic follow-up. And then, of course, lastly, urge African civil society organizations doing work in elections again to establish and incorporate within their operational frameworks a robust post-mission mechanism. When all is done and done, post-mission mechanism that allows engagement of actors in planning, recommendations, implementation, monitoring. I mean, and from the discourse that we have had, this so-called post-mission mechanism goes beyond just a meeting of how was the election to an actual planning for the next 4 or 3 years of implementation. The other theme was empowering citizen observers in defense of electoral integrity, urge African election monitoring bodies to consider the reform of the institutional and procedural demands of election observations, accreditation to aspiring local NGOs. The processes leading to accreditation should not be deterrent, controlling, and expensive, as this could dent the electoral process as disenfranchising and therefore devoid of electoral integrity. Urge the African governments to strengthen the judiciary with the logistical and operational support through, among other avenues, adequate funding and human resources, ensuring security of tenure of judicial officers, and guaranteeing political non-interference in their work of adjudicating over electoral disputes. Again, we are looking at the aftermath of elections, if there have been conflicts. Invite civil society organizations, academia, and like entities to prioritize the strengthening of the capacity of political parties through the designing of targeted internal party reforms initiatives in consultation with the beneficiary political party. This was in response to the current turmoil in in many of the political parties across Africa, opposition political parties. Urge the African governments to undertake deliberate legislative reforms aimed at freeing up the civic space currently sieged by a number of restrictive laws against the freedom of expression, assembly, and association, inhibiting political parties organization, human rights defenders and media actors disruption, among others. And then the last one is artificial intelligence and integrity of African elections. CSOs to build and strengthen the capacity of election observers and monitors with the relevant technological acumen to be able to provide oversight on the election management bodies that are increasingly advancing election management from a technological perspective for, among other aspects, voter voter facial verification, and results transmission and management. Urge African governments to enact, through a participatory process, the necessary legal framework to guide the cautious incorporation of technology, and more specifically artificial intelligence, in the preparation and management of electoral processes in Africa, and then urge CSOs to maintain vigilance and be consistent, to maintain vigilance and consistency, is that there, in monitoring independently and auditing the design and deployment of AI-powered electoral management systems being adopted by the EMBs across Africa. Urge CSOs to rethink their tools, elections assessment matrices, and knowledge acquisition concerning AI and elections to best enhance their capabilities in election observations and monitoring in AI-driven electoral systems to harness its dividend for free and fair elections. And then very lastly, CSOs to harness the tool of public interest litigation to seek judicial interpretation on the evolving use of AI in elections management, to build jurisprudential reference for accountability and oversight. What we did, comrades, was to pick all the recommendations that were coming from you, and then we found homes for them, sometimes that home being just a word. You know, for example, there's been a lot of discourse on what will be the role of the judiciary. Judiciary should do this, judiciary should do this. But when you discover that almost it's a more or less repetition, but different words. So that's what we have, and it is now open for surgery, and even, if possible, a throw-out. I'll ask the comrades with the mic. Kindly just get the mic and we move quick, please. Let's begin from the back, the actual back.
Thank you very much. I think this is it's comprehensive. I just have 3 points to make. I may not know exactly the page, but I'll just make one where you are speaking on capacity enhancement of the media in terms of reporting.
Yeah.
And you've singled out, you call it campaign or political financing. You said, so I'm just wondering why we are focusing on that only. I think you have just said and end with to build their capacities to effectively report on electoral related issues without picking on one aspect of our elections. The second thing is on post-mission mechanisms that you have. That's very nice, I like it. But I'm wondering whether we could consider talking about the EFMs instead of post-mission mechanisms. Or if you speak about post-mission mechanisms, you infer the election follow-up missions as part of the follow-up mechanisms. Just thinking out loudly.
Okay.
And lastly, on the AI write-up that you have done there, I like it, it's good. But again, since the elections belong to the people, citizens of our continent, I don't see the entire communique profiling I need your attention, so I don't. Very well. So I'm saying that the E part, but generally speaking, in the entire communique, the citizens are missing.
Okay.
There is no particular recommendation because if elections belong to them, there is nothing where we are addressing the citizens, and more especially on the AI.
What could be what could we pick, for example, for citizens? What could you suggest?
Yeah, like she says, civic engagement,
Okay.
Responsible use of social media platforms, things like that.
All right, thank you. Yes, the AI guru.
Not at all. Yeah, so 3 quick points. I think that the communique will benefit from a lot of editorial
input. So I don't think we should go into
No,
the
it's the
edits,
substance.
right? That's first. The second, on the point relating to the post mission mechanism, perhaps to add the need for funding for those post mission mechanism, especially for civil society, because this is going to be a reference document. Civil society need the resources to conduct post mission mechanism. And then on the judiciary and the point you make about training, I don't think there's anything there related to training of judges around these issues because of the evolving nature. So perhaps to include that, and maybe also call on the judiciary, even though it's mentioned there around judicial activism, is the need to always prioritize substantial justice or electoral justice over and above legal technicalities. I think that's critical. But I'll say, great work. I hope that we don't have 50 recommendations.
No.
But I think this is really, really great. And if we make this very concise in terms of structure, it will really help in implementing some of these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In that same format as we come closer.
Mine are quite a number of issues, and that's from the beginning. Still, I'm still uncomfortable with the free and fair.
Okay.
Because there is no free and fair elections all over the world. So maybe the substitution of either credible, verifiable, and also speaking about the environment. So maybe a peaceful environment. Then where still on the preamble, where you spoke about the inspired, I wish you can mention most of the protocols that have been enacted and we are using them for elections. For example, the UN guiding principle on the Convention for Persons with Disability, the UN CRPD, maybe we can include that. Then the Maputo Protocol that speaks on women participation, you can put it there. That is on the preamble, on the inspired. Then on the collaborative knowledge production, that is research, it's clear the Africa, we don't have a handbook for the follow-up of recommendations. The EU has it. The OSCE also has it. So in Africa, can we also have what I'm calling the African Election Handbook?
African Electoral?
African Election Handbook on the follow-up of recommendations, if we can have that handbook. Then on number D, that is sub-article 2, you spoke about adequate, but kindly also add and timely funding, because it is not enough to have adequate, but also timely funding.
Okay.
Yeah, and then on sub-article 4, again, still on D, on time legislative reforms.
On
because
time.
Time, because you're only speaking about legislative. Then on the AI, and this, I know the panel spoke about it quite extensively in terms of we don't have any laws. So the adoption of required laws and policies or on AI and elections.
Thank you very, very much. I like those things on time, adequate. Thank you so much. Sure.
So I also want to congratulate the team, well written, but just to make some few words to make them better. On the last part of the preamble, it was written open and vibrant civic space. I think we can have an open civic space, but not vibrant. So maybe to qualify it, to say open and safe civic space.
Okay.
And secondly, on the state control, external control, I thought we can say both external and state control. In my country, external would mean external agencies from outside the country.
Okay.
But then the state also use some controls to rig elections.
Okay.
And then thirdly, I think we do not need to urge CSOs, because most of us, we are CSOs.
Mm.
So partly these recommendations could bear both recommendation and the resolutions and the commitments from us.
Okay.
So that we commit as CSOs. So there are several things that we have written here targeting CSOs, of which you could put them in the part of our commitment that we want to do. We and Afionet, we want to do this and this. We commit to do this and this.
Okay.
That resembles a lot of things that I have observed. But also the number 4 is about establishing or studying feasibility for establishment or something like an academy.
Academy elections.
So in my country, a lot of things written at feasibility, they go 10 years and beyond. So we must say we commit ourselves to establish, not to do a feasibility, because that may not even end. Some people want to get married, they request for fiancé from God. And God give them people who will never marry them. So we better say you need a husband, and then people know clearly. So I think we better say the word correct. And then 5, I wanted to say we have to be careful with the election monitoring, because I understand you will help me in language that we can encourage domestic observers to do monitoring, because I don't think international observers will be allowed to do election monitoring. So the language that can be clarified. And then number 6, I think we need to the institutionalizing or formalizing, because you said to institutionalize discussions and implementation of our recommendations. So I suggest that we formalize. In my understanding of a little English, to institutionalize, it looks like you're establishing offices and some things, but formalize, there could be just a mechanism to allow discussions and implementation. And then finally, I think I wanted to recommend that this is one document. It has a recommendation. So no matter we have A, B, C, and D, but then the recommendation could be number 1 up to 16 or 10. Even if you are at B, then the recommendation can read
continuing
6,
number.
Continuing number, so ascending.
For ease of reference.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, in the same order.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the team for capturing most of the things that we have said. And also, you know, when the people, experts, talks before you, you may miss all the points that you have put aside. So those who are behind me may have less to say. But mine, I will just stick on one. Because those who are ahead of me have taken everything. So that's what I'm saying that. There's one question I have raised, and it has not been answered when we are talking about the technology issue. And still, what I had in my heart is not yet captured, and I think I would like to add on the IA side. That is...
The Somalia thing?
And I'm talking about Africa.
Okay.
I'm talking about Africa. When we are conducting elections, the most of the companies that we depend on when we are conducting elections and technology-wise are most of them from foreigners. And that one sometimes misleads. So in the recommendation, we need to also add that we actually, the African-led technology system, that we are encouraging our guys here, they have shown a lot of information about technology issues, that we encourage our local, I mean Africa, systems or companies to also use when we are conducting elections, instead of going foreigners with a lot of money and later on having impact on the result of the election. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. My remark or my suggestion is about B2 is related to the composition of electoral body. Can we move the
We move
in
there?
B2?
2B, right?
B2,
B2,
yes.
okay. This one here.
B2
Retooling?
Yes.
Oh,
Up. One. Okay. Practice. No. I don't know.
What is the issue? Then
the issue
on what? Then we can go there.
is the composition of the electoral body in this proposition or in this suggestion. It was seems like a quota system between parties, and all parties must be represented in this.
Yes.
I think this kind of quota system doesn't help democracy, doesn't help integrity of election, because every party has his weight, and other parties can be represented in this electoral body. So we can just say the member of the electoral body should be independent.
Can you go there and we get the actual thing, please? Just go up.
Yes.
Sorry. Go down to revise laws. This one. Two. Revise laws, and then part of such progressive provision would include equitable representation of political parties, as is in Mozambique or wherever.
Yes.
So you were saying that we go for independence.
Independent, without representation of any parties.
Okay.
Just the member should be independent.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Reverend, and that's correction.
I will start with his point.
Yes.
The issue of political parties represented at the Electoral Commission is not a popular one on the continent. So raising it here is as if we are recommending that kind of thing. So I agree with him that we need to expunge that one and focus on having an independent Electoral Commission. And then I am looking at visibility in terms of the structure. The theme of this summit is Electoral Integrity Summit. So what I see priority is given to the finance kind of thing. In fact, the first, let's go to the first place.
Yeah, we had gone with the program.
Yes.
But we'll be advised. Let's go up, Comrade
Yeah,
Fred.
but this is the draft that is before us.
Yeah.
So we should raise the concerns.
Yeah. So yes, electoral integrity, strengthening transparency, public oversight, and collaborative reforms. I think you mean, let's go to the second page. Continue moving to the second, continue moving. Again.
What I am actually suggesting is...
Here.
Fine.
Oh, yeah.
What I am actually suggesting is we interchange the positioning.
Okay.
So that it does not appear like the summit was focused on campaign financing. You have an area where actually you have this issue of protecting the integrity of elections. That should be the bigger focus.
Okay.
Yes, so it should not really...
So we tilt the program of the summit.
Exactly. So that the theme of the summit stands out as the focus, and these are the issues that were handled in it. And then also, I want us to have some consistency in the use of CSO and NGO. I think it's more of CSO than NGO. We must not be using CSO in some places and then NGO in some other places, except if we want to say CSOs and NGOs, because they are not the same.
So Reverend, should we maintain CSOs all through?
I suggest that.
Okay.
Yes, and then I want us to be a little cautious about the use of peaceful.
Peaceful.
Yeah, because we made that mistake in 2007 when we declared that the election was peaceful. And then we realized later that in fact people were afraid, they were scared, so they did not turn up to vote. So the absence of violence does not indicate peace. So let's be careful with how we are using the issue of peaceful. And then I see, except if we just want to be purely African, but you have areas where you are quoting some instruments and charter. I don't know if we can also factor in there the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which also gives the basis for elections.
Okay.
Yes. So I just have 3 points. That first of all is this, and I couldn't feel that we declarate.
Sorry?
That I couldn't feel and understand and see and read the proposal that why I am here. This is the first time I am this in a connection African networking. So this is, we establish now the African Network Observer. This must be clear as because this is the first event, and at some point, and we talk with the principal Valero, but this declaration must be clear that we agree we are here to as a networking African networking observer.
Okay.
Yeah. Secondly is and each wherever is a recommendation, and agree completely with he said must be clear. This, what is recommendation, what is agreement, and what is But when we need to on the recommendation, we need also highlight some of a positive aspect that we can celebrate in. Just this not can be all just narrative at the Electoral Commission, but must be blah blah blah. But what we recognize, example, last debate and a technology, we highlight a good example how they are using technology, but also we face challenge. Please let's put on this way. The last one, I think I done. It's just to this.
All right. Thank you. So, great job by the team. But for me, quickly, on the first, in the first page, on the second paragraph, I think, where we are referring to where the convention was held, maybe we can remove the issue of a session held in Ethiopia and what not, because we understand that it's an African charter, so that we can maintain some space, because we need to really be brief. Then the second issue was under the consent, where you're talking about consent, and I think we need to include some aspect of independence of the EMBs. I know it's coming below, but I think we are also concerned with the independence of EMBs somewhere there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, then the third issue is that when you talk about the independence of the appointment of EMB staff, I think that is really not a problem. The problem is the appointment of the EMB commissioners, the people that are actually above the staff. So we need them to focus on the commissioners or those people. And I think the second part is under the second under the second issue, number 4. The second issue, number 4.
Number 4.
Yeah. In the second issue, I just noted that it's not a very, very good recommendation.
This one?
Urge CSOs in collaboration with African Commission to consider crafting model laws. Now, why are we urging CSOs to consider model laws rather than actually urging the countries to develop legislation that speaks to that issue? So what will we do with a draft model law? I think the ideal is to have an actual law that speaks to those aspirations. So let's be direct, but then this can be actually an activity that is done within the AFIONET to develop a model law that speaks to that, to guide then the countries in achieving that. So we may want to recraft that to be more direct to states, to countries. And
So
then
we basically this changes to urging the states to craft laws.
Yes.
Okay. I think the person who had brought it wanted harmonization at the continental level.
It's understood, but then that becomes an activity because a model law does not help anybody if it's not contextualized within the country. But then as CSOs, we can then advocate separately. But this is a recommendation that you are making going outside of here.
Yeah.
That should speak to the powers
Yeah.
to develop that. Then under the second issue, I think number 1 is participation of CSOs. I think there is a mention of AFIONET. CSOs, oh no, it says AFIONET can lead this. I think we need to remove AFIONET because then we are speaking to still ourselves. So we can remove AFIONET. I think it's really the very last 2 words.
About the academy or something?
Yes.
Okay.
So that is an activity, so we don't need to include it there. And then
It's okay. Go on that.
under the collaborative, collaborative, I think it's number 2. I was also saying it's not only organizations like African CSOs under AFIONET. And I think we need to recognize that there are other CSOs that they may not be under AFIONET that are encouraged actually to do what AFIONET is trying to do. So we may not want to mention AFIONET, but really encourage CSOs to do that. But at the back of our minds, we know what we are talking about. Then the issue of bias of political party financing, I think that has been addressed. The inclusion of monitoring to observation, I think there's need for consistency in terms of when you talk about observation and monitoring, because like we learned, like we heard, there are countries that recognize both monitors and observers, and then also their roles are different. But also what came out quite clearly is that there is need now for countries like Uganda to embrace monitoring so that you have an aspect of intervening in the process. That then actualizes your right as a human right defender in as far as monitoring and observation. So then we can make that linkage. So my final one was going to be...
So on that one, should we have a preference or we maintain monitors and observers?
Yeah, I think
depending
we
on
maintain monitoring and observation.
Okay.
Yes, and then I was going to add now... Sorry? However you arrange it, but monitoring should be there. And then I was going to add a recommendation to transform the observation to monitoring, like somebody suggested in the earlier sessions. And this also speaks to the issue of them, because you are saying that observers are human rights defenders. And so if a human rights defender cannot intervene in a process, then what are they defending after the reports have been done? So we need then to think about the aspect of introducing monitoring, for example, in jurisdictions like Uganda, so that then the rights of an observer or a monitor as a human rights defender is actually actualized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But actually, when you look deeper, I think even from the conversations that were prevalent, monitoring is the easiest entry into an election because, I mean, there's almost no legal framework except for the framework of your legality as an entity. Yet observing has some peculiar ring fencing. Basically, actually, observation is ring fencing. You know, you can't come unless we determine. Yet monitoring, I already have a ticket because I'm a civic. Yeah, as a citizen, I'm entitled to monitor this. So I think that's a very interesting argument of the upgrade. We need to capture it. The last lesson?
Yes.
Oh, and then
I
the
think
last two.
there is an aspect of security that puts every one of us attention during election time, and I don't see it appearing anywhere as an emphasis. How do we intend to address that or engage them?
How do you want it to appear?
In the recommendations.
Like how?
For example, we should have as observers, we should have a direct stakeholders engagement with several security operatives before an election cycle begins.
Okay.
Because they need to understand us and where we're coming from and what exactly we are going to do in that particular election, for them not to antagonize our efforts.
Okay.
And then I wanted to contribute on the renewal part, that there is nothing that we are renewing, because I don't think we have something good that, since we had good environments or good models, we wouldn't be here. So I don't think the renewal wording in the beginning is necessary, because we're working to improve, meaning that we have to move forward. What we have now is not good.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, the gentleman from Addis
Ethiopia,
Ababa.
yes, Addis Ababa Declaration. So thank you very much. Mine is also that we only focus on African government and African CSOs. We didn't give recommendation to the AU. This is a continental engagement. We have to work with the AU and regional bodies like the ECOWAS, the SADC, the East Africa Community. So we need to put some recommendations for these actors and also for the international community and the donor groups, that they have to support these civil societies to work very close to the community. So this is my general recommendation. On very quickly, on the issue of transparency, on this vote buying, we put punitive measures. Would these punitive measures improve really? It is all about doing a lot of trust issues. Yes, vote buying should be condemned. We need to put some laws that punish those people who are engaged. But the word punitive measure is not comfortable for me. I also see perspective and reality thing. So we need to qualify it. I understand it's about perception, I guess.
Yeah.
But let's qualify it.
That's true.
I also see a word external control. And I prefer to use interference. We can't say like somebody's controlling this while they are managers. We say election management bodies, they manage it. And we assume they control it. But we need to advise that no interference is coming.
Sure.
Very quickly, why is monitoring in quotation? We say we are human rights defenders. We monitor. This is our mandate. This mandate comes from the nature that we do. So we don't need to. Why we tell them that this is something that they want to suspect? We know the confrontation always.
Okay.
On the issue of media, I see also the media to be a channel. We framed that way, I guess. But media is also the fourth government. The role of media in electoral integrity is more than even civil society at some points. Unfortunately, we don't have that much vibrant media. So we need to build something that shows that role of the media. I see African CSOs. What if an CSO that come from Europe is working here? As long as they comply with the legal requirement. So I think CSOs operating in Africa, we could qualify that way.
Okay.
Or like that. The thing is they do in electoral integrity work. We want to remind them to do something that can contribute for electoral integrity.
Okay.
And on the civic space siege, I see civic space siege. And this would be something controversial. We know the civic space is volatile, still it is shrinking, and there are a lot of factors. But such wording may not be welcomed.
We put what? Volatile?
Civic, yes, maybe shrinking, which everybody agrees either, or shrinking, or volatile, or something like that. That would be good. On the protocols like the MAPTO protocol, we need to only mention, because they know. We can't mention the details, article this of this, article this of, but putting the very important, like for instance, the Kampala Convention, we work a lot on inclusion of IDP, for instance. They are working on women issues. I see also a phrase, vulnerable persons. We all are vulnerable, including politicians. So we need to use some wording that that is more conventional for everybody. Thank you.
No, we use that one as you use it in human rights.
Yes, I understand, but
conventional.
this declining of the civic space is making everybody vulnerable, including presidents.
Thank you. I'll end with Ben and Honorable Alice.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the great work you have done. I have 4 small additions, I think. One has to do with the expression of concern, where we say we are concerned that coups are a threat to democracy. I agree. But aren't we also concerned that authoritarianism and dictatorship are a threat to democracy? Because some of these autocrats invite coups. They create the coups. So maybe we can chip in not only against coups, but against authoritarianism. You know, people who stay for 40 years can easily invite a coup into a country, and so on and so forth. And then secondly, I saw something about on AI, where we are asking for a legal framework. I also know that it's possible to have a legal framework and they don't give you a policy. Maybe we can just add and the necessary operational policies. And thirdly, I saw where we are inspired by. We are inspired by the African Charter on Democracy and Governance. And I have since been educated that there are still some countries in the continent that have not ratified. Is it possible to urge for ratification by some of those countries? My neighbor says Uganda inclusive. And then lastly, the 4th issue. I was just wondering, we've been talking about observation reports and you know, now monitoring, and I was wondering, is it possible that this summit will urge for maybe a response mechanism to some of those reports? Or we throw the report there, we don't ask, nobody gives us feedback, and then we go and monitor the next election? Is it possible to urge that maybe through the AU, we get opportunity to get feedback? Otherwise, it will be business as usual. Thank you very much.
Lastly, Ben.
When it comes to silent,
I don't know whether the mic is on. Being the last person, we want to hear you very well.
I would just say that my name's Benson Kuyo-Chen. And I often like when we discuss silent things that concern our continent, I prefer standing. I have a few things to say in 1 minute or so. One, I really desire that the preamble should reflect the theme of the summit. If it captures it very well, so where you say we concern and so on, the running theme should be captured. 2, these are my recommendations. In the summit, throughout the sessions, one thing came out, collaboration. We are seeing EMBs collaborating. And they also pointed out critical things about political parties. I remember the one of Uganda said they had to train them on even how to account and manage their things. So therefore, I have a one recommending this, that one, we would urge the EMBs collaboratively to come up with something like a continental bill of principles that they can share across for political parties. I've seen this in the private sector, I've seen this in other things. They can do this so that across Africa, there could be some kind of a bill of principles to guide their intercollaboration within the continent between political parties and also the code. I think to me it would be something we could urge. Because if the private sector has done it for those engaged in industrial work, for those engaged in what, they can do the same. So we would urge that as a recommendation for them to formulate a continental working principles to enhance the character and the collaboration within the political parties across the continent. To me, this would be something. Two, I would, on the area of security, I think my Farida mentioned it. Again, it would come out as a recommendation here that the state parties, we urge the state parties to minimize the influence of security agencies in electoral processes, as envisioned in Article 14 of ACDEC. Article 14, ACDEC urges the state parties to minimize the involvement of security agencies in elections. And I think it came out from us echoing that would be good, because that has been one of the factors that is denting the integrity of elections in our continent. A moment, like in case of Uganda, the most peaceful election we had, an incredible one, was 1961. From that time on, where the army got involved, election has always been a case of bloodletting. It has become like ritualistic. Some people have to die, then somebody is sworn in. And I don't think that is what we cherish. The other one is, it was mentioned about political parties' weakness. I would also urge this summit. I've come up with a proposal here that we urge political parties across the continent to build both leadership and institutional capacities to enhance the integrity of internal democracy processes within them. I don't know how you will shape it up, but I think we need to make a statement to direct it to our political parties, whether they are in power, whether they are where. I get disturbed when I read, there was a research by I think BBC, that the 10 most corrupt parties in the world. And my own in Uganda was number 2.
Your own where you a member, or?
No, it is the one governing. Okay. It's the one governing my country.
Okay.
So I think we need to urge political parties, because you cannot talk of integrity in elections when they are messed up, when they are not disciplined, when their capacities are wanting, when they are not. So I think this is something we need to urge them. So I think for me, these are the last one.
Yes,
the last one. I think the last one. Somebody talked about our own safety. I've seen you talking about CSOs getting involved. We are there. We have human rights defenders, we have democracy activists, we have what. So, and I'm happy one of the honorables who try to push for this is in this house. So we would also urge our state parties to enact laws that protect observers, that protect human rights defenders, that protect democracy activists. I'm sure if this is done, let it come as a strong statement. Otherwise, participation and involvement becomes a high-risk issue, and then someday it will be like it happened to us those days, where they say you have freedom of expression, but we cannot guarantee your freedom after expression. You are free to express, but after you have expressed, we are not yet sure whether you still can be free. So
thank you.
Thank you. So I think these are my proposals.
So I'll have the very last two. Dr. Sarah, you'll have a minute, and then the gentleman who dresses like a Babangida.
Yeah, thank you very much, James, and your drafting team, and the members' comments. I just want, I have 2 recommendations. One is that we need in the preamble to add a paragraph on internet shutdowns.
Okay.
Because they affect elections. We are in a digital era, but our authoritarian regimes keep shutting down internet.
and the defranchising citizens' participation, especially in transparency areas in elections, but also facilitating the work of election observers, which is most of the time digital, and we are mostly affected. And the second comment is that if the members in this room agree, then your committee could co-opt 1 or 2 members to finalize the drafting and adoption of the recommendations that have come from here. Thank you.
Lastly, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to react to what the gentleman that was sitting here alluded to. So I'm not sure if you can get back to that page which talks about the African Charter, where it was referenced.
That's the very first. You get second page. The second page of.
I don't think it's that bad.
Okay.
You have to go down.
No, go up. No, it's up. Yeah, and inspire, yes, on the preamble. That's where they are. Just go up. Here, second one. This one. You want this one? African Charter.
I don't think it's this part. He was referring to removing where the Africa Charter on, yes, democracy and elections have been mentioned. I believe it was down, but I was going to say that part talks about legislative framework, having a legal model, right? And I don't think it's this part. So what I was going to say is there's already a legal model at the African Union that talks about campaign financing and all the other regulating the EMBs and the likes. For example, if you look at the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, Article 10 and especially Article 5, which talks about legislative and other measures, already gives the model that African countries or state parties should adapt. So I was going to say maybe reference could be made to that. There's already an existing model. This is way back in 2003. All that has to be done is for state parties in legislating or crafting electoral texts to reference to that text and make sure that electoral integrity issues, corruption within the electoral process are all upheld. So that is my contribution to reacting to what he said earlier on.
Okay, thank you. The very, very last one, sir. You have a minute, though you had not put up the hand.
Reinforce the issue of enforcements. You know, we talked about some countries having electoral laws. We have also agreed that there is need to enact where they don't exist.
Yes.
But even where we have, they need to enforce them.
Oh.
Because having without enforcing will not really add up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. We shall, rework this, and then unfortunately, okay.
10 seconds.
Okay.
I think we've written this brilliantly, but to ourselves. So I look at the theme, electoral integrity, and I thought in the preamble, if we had one paragraph where we unpack it, so others can understand the breadth and scope of what we dealt with. Thank you.
Okay. Unpacking electoral integrity in a paragraph or 2. Thank you, MC. I'll turn back to you. What we are going to do is to process with the guidance from Dr. Sarah's view on co-optation. And then probably by the time you land in your respective countries, you will find it in your inbox or something. Otherwise, thank you for the input very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. James. That was a very good session. I think I never spoke myself because this room is full of very brilliant minds. And I thought that the contributions which were being made in respect to that document were brilliant. They serve to improve the document. It is important that we highlight why we were here and how that impacts the work of the continent moving forward, and our work and the commitments that we need to make. So I think the final document, if it comes on the basis of the commentaries which have come from the room, I think that will be great for us moving forward, and it will underpin a lot of the efforts that we shall be making as a team moving forward. We've come to the close of, we're coming to the close of this very, the inaugural summit by AFIONET, the intention of it being a convening that must continually bring these experts, practitioners in this particular space for purposes of ensuring that we have integrity in our elections, that we improve and enhance the electoral processes in our respective countries, that will customize elections in a manner and order that as Africans we can be very comfortable. I liked one of the themes of along the conversations about simplifying electoral processes and making them citizen-owned. I think there's a comment which has come from the floor in terms of even looking at that communique and ensuring that the face of the citizen is seen. Because when we say that we are election observers, citizen election observers, and that we care about our elections, and that we want, therefore, to have the power to continue monitoring those elections, then that face needs to come out very strongly in every of the endeavors that we undertake. So my hope is that once that communique comes out, we can be able to anchor a lot of our efforts and our interventions on the basis of those commitments that we'll have. To close the sessions, we'll have two speakers. We'll invite the coordinator of AFIONET, Henry Muguzi, who's also been the one who's been hosting us, to come in first and be able to make closing remarks and also attend to some of the other issues that may be outstanding from a host point of view. And then the closing remarks, the official closing remarks for this session shall be delivered by the chairperson of the Global Network of Domestic Observation Monitors, Dr. Sarah Birete, who is also a hosting chair for this platform for the Eastern Horn of Africa Elections Observation Network. So, but first we shall have Henry come over to deliver his final remarks, and then after that we shall have Dr. Sarah officially close this particular summit.
Thank you, Ndugumule. Now that I'm here, I can remove the mask. You know what happened is that a virus decided to attack me. I think the stress of pulling this together lowered my body immunity. And then the virus of flu capitalized. So here I am. Yeah, colleagues, you do not know, you have no idea how delighted we are as the Secretariat of AFIONET that this has come to pass. We have come to the very tail end of this one. So may I request all of us to give a round of applause to ourselves. Yeah, for us, this is a dream come true. This event was also organized in commemoration of the International Democracy Day, which happens, I think, on Sunday. Colleagues in Europe will have theirs in next week, and so we would have had this next week, but we didn't want to compete with our European brothers. You will also have noted that on the hashtag, we are calling this Electoral Integrity Summit 1. That is intentional because there will be another summit of this nature next year, which will be Electoral Integrity Summit 2. And we shall continue counting until God, the Creator, invites us. But even then, there will be descendants to keep counting. This is a journey that shall continue. This summit is part of the Ahead Africa project which we are implementing in a consortium of a number of organizations. That consortium is led by the European Partnership for Democracy, EPD. They were supposed to be with us today, but they were with us virtually. The other member of the consortium is Democracy Reporting International, which is also a European-based organization. And then there comes us on the continent. So you have the AFIONET, you have EHON, which is the Eastern and Horn of Africa Election Observers Network. You have ESN-SA, which is the Electoral Support Network of Southern Africa. And then you have the WION, which is the West African Election Observers Network, and then Africtivits. Africtivits comes all the way from Senegal. The desire and the dream of AFIONET, as part of what we are doing under our head, is to make sure that we have brought the two regions of Africa that are not yet into the loop, into the network. And those regions are Central Africa, which is a very interesting region. If you look at the list of the 6 longest serving presidents in Africa, you will actually understand why I'm saying it's a special region, but also the Maghreb region. Excuse me. But most importantly is the network of Francophone countries. They have a network of election observers in those countries. So they are also represented here, and it is our intention to make sure that they also come into the loop of AFIONET. Excuse me. So the next summit will happen next year, around about this time. We'll keep you posted. Now, excuse me, the virus. This virus can hit you hard. So I want to start by saying that for all those things that have not gone well, you blame them on me. So I'll take blame for everything that has gone wrong. But for everything that has gone well, please give credit to the steering committee. So we had an organizing committee that has spent the last 3 months organizing this to make sure it comes to fruition, and allow me to recognize these members. So from when I read your name for recognition, would you please come and stand on the platform so that you get to be recognized? Me, I will stay here because of my virus, okay? So from EHON, may I welcome my colleague in arms, Mulem Sao, and Marcus Agenga. And then from ESNSA, Mama Africa and Rendai, Mama Africa, who's Rendai, and Ellen Bingani. Are they here? You can stay here, so that the committee is, we want to take a photo after of the organizing committee. And then from Wayon, West Africa, my brother Kojo Asante had to leave because he has a meeting tomorrow. But Joe Frimpong is here. Joe, are you in the house? Please come. Yeah, please join the team. And then from EPD, we had Giovanna Tanzi. She's not able to be with us physically, but she's with us in spirit. And Ashraf Hachimi, but also Sarah Hurtado, who was chairing the communications committee. From Africtivits, we had from Africa. We are recognizing the members of the organizing committee of this summit because we are going to take a photo immediately soon after. And from Africtivists, we had Aisha Dabo, but let me ask Mamadou to represent Aisha by joining us. And then, of course, we had boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. So the team that has been doing the running around, may I invite them, still the team at the Secretariat, led by, starting with the head of programs, Mr. Felix Kafuma. Would you please join those are the boots on the ground. May I also now invite Abel Eseru. Is he here? Abel? Would you please call Rose? Rose and Lydia? So Rose, So then Rose and Lydia, these are Rose Achom and Lydia Oyugi. These were handling the finances. So this is the team, which I'm going to join, then we'll take a photo and then they go back. Would you please give us a round of applause for everything that has gone well? For everything that went wrong, I take leadership, yeah? Okay. So the camera, please, take a photo. Don't go there. When you're done, let's know. Huh? Which camera are you looking at? Where is the camera? It's you. It's you. Okay. So the rest can smile, me, I can't. So
that I can be able to have it. Initiative for elections.tech. For the number. Yeah, I think we'll get it to be screened from the other end so that you can be able to join. So you can register. I'm very sure very many of you. I only heard about Kampala Analytica, which must have come from Cambridge Analytica today, and I think they are doing a very good job. So that would be an initiative that we'd want to map out on the continent so they can be able to collaborate. And then I have a minister for tourism who is seated here for Uganda, who has told me to make sure that I urge all the guests to still visit other parts of Uganda. Kampala is not Uganda. There are other parts of Uganda that you can be able to visit. So those who have opportunity to be able to travel, you know, we go to Europe and we say, we want to extend our visa so that you can stay a few days. Some people can run by train to Paris and to the other capitals. This is Africa. We'll use our buses and our other borders, but we can still be able to visit some of these other places. I think it's a very beautiful thing, just getting the African experience in these villages. It makes the work that we are doing here come to fruition. You start seeing the reality of the work that we are doing. Because when you talk about AI, we're talking about political finance, we're talking about integrity in elections. It is these people in those spaces, those villages, when you interact with them, you start seeing what work you must do and how you must engage with the process. So let's go out there and visit them and have conversations with them because the work that we are doing is work that delivers on their promise to be able to live very dignified lives. So I thank you very much. I think that extension is beautiful. I hope some of us are going to actually take that. And even if not now, then maybe even in the next visit, you can be able to make arrangements to be able to do that. Let me, without any further ado, invite our closing speaker. That is, as I said earlier, the chairperson, the Global Network of Domestic Election Monitors, recently appointed, the first time that global body is being led by an African woman, and also somebody who's coming from a region here. So we're very appreciative of the fact that Dr. Sarah Birete, who is coming in, has been given that very serious recognition. Let's give a round of applause as she comes to deliver on the final closing remarks for this, and then officially also close the summit. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you very much, our Master of Ceremonies, our hosts, ACFAM and EHON, distinguished delegates, fellow champions for democracy in Africa. As we conclude this summit, we stand united in our shared commitment to uphold the core principles of democracy, and these core principles are enshrined in the communique that we've just reviewed. This summit has underscored the crucial role of transparent, free, and fair elections and how these elections shape our nations. We have had rich sharing of knowledge because we have all the experts from the continent in the room. It's a very rare occasion for us as actors to gather under one roof as citizens, observers for elections, together with our colleagues from the regional organizations, as well as representatives of EMBs and partners for democracy and elections that walk this not very easy journey with us. We have made new friends, formed new networks and partnerships, but also strengthened the steps we have moved towards safeguarding the electoral processes in the continent. Let us live here today with a renewed determination to implement the recommendations we have made, the actions we have made for ourselves in protecting our democracies in respective countries and regions that we are representing here. We need to seriously address challenges of AI in elections as a key emerging issue, and it's good we have experts within our midst and within our networks. And I want to urge AFIONET to create a special working group. I know that we have made the recommendations, but we need to create a special working group for AI in elections. I know work has been ongoing, led by Samson and other colleagues, but we need to move faster and keep sharing new information, but even ways on how to fact-check the information shared during elections. Because how do we push back against misinformation and disinformation that disrupts electoral processes? If some of our creators could come up with an innovation, or an application that could help actors fact-check misinformation and disinformation during elections, I think that would be powerful, and it would, calm down our worries towards the impact of AI in elections. As we travel back home, Sunday will be the International Democracy Day. And the theme for this year is navigating AI for governance and citizens' engagement. So I want to urge all of us to use our networks and platforms to further amplify voices on the impact of AI in elections, as well as citizens' engagement. Because if AI is not properly understood and tamed, it might be a cutting edge. It has a lot of opportunities for improving transparency in our elections, but also the other side of the sharp knife has the issues that could erode the few democratic gains that we have made in several strides in our work. From the Global Network for Domestic Election Observers, GENDEM, we have just adopted the new strategic plan, and we have in our midst the second board member from Africa, Mama Africa. She is on the board with me, but also several members of the Coordinating Committee of Gender are within our midst, and we shall be reaching out to our AI experts to help us form the working group for AI and its impact in elections at the global level, so that we also tap in their rich knowledge and other resources to improve transparency in elections, but also safeguard the integrity of elections in the continent. I hope you have had time to see Kampala by night. It's much better. It's much better and more interesting than Kampala during the day. Yeah, and the Ugandan people are so welcoming, happy, and we always share the joy. Our democratic challenges notwithstanding, we keep a smile. And I hope you continue to enjoy more of this. I want to use this opportunity as EHON to thank Afionet for giving us an opportunity to co-host the first summit, and I hope the second and third summit and fourth will rotate to cover all parts of Africa, so that we also enjoy the beauty that we have in our rich and endowed African continent. I thank you all, but mostly the organizers, and I know most of the hardworking team has not even come to the platform, the secretariat that have been organizing us with the logistical information, as well as here, moving up and down to make sure that our stay here is comfortable. I want to thank the partners that have made this conference possible, especially the AHEAD partners, but also our partners for democracy and elections work, some of them who are represented here. And I want to thank all of you for making this summit a success. Together, we can lay a firm foundation for democracies in Africa, but also for improvement in our electoral processes in the different areas that we work in. I wish you a good cocktail in the evening, as has been announced, but also safe travels back home. And we look forward to continued collaboration in the pursuit for electoral integrity in Africa. Thank you very much. It's now my singular honor to declare this summit closed. Asante sana.
Yeah, another round of applause again. Yes, so that's it. I think I'm only standing here to give you an announcement. The summit has been closed. Yeah, you see, we cannot be able to discuss anything once we have closed. Anything is informal. But two things. One, for those, what our speaker has said in terms of the Kampala nightlife, for those who have missed out, yesterday everybody had a birthday. Jimbo knows. Yeah, so yes, everybody had a birthday, which was well celebrated by the ones who attended. So I think you need to know there is that particular life out there. Nafa was also there, but I will not mention very many names. But it was a very good evening. Oh, I'll mention special because he was there too. But anyway, we had a lot of fun. Maybe tonight promises another opportunity for the same fun. So those who missed out, now you have an opportunity. Yes. And secondly, I'm informed by Henry and the team that I know because you'll be traveling, that you need to be at the reception. Look, if you given the time that you'll be leaving, you need to be at the reception here 3 hours before your flight. There is transport which has been organized from here, so you'll be able to be taken to the airport. But report